Daniel's here. Correctivity for homeostasis, autonomy, and sovereignty of European peoples, genus and species, coordination of human and pervasive ecology. Welcome, one and all. I'm going to begin this show's discussion with some remarks on some podcasts by right-wingers going around. And then open up the show to interlocutors as we might. Okay, then. I suppose in the light of the highest criteria, if we're taking on the most noble challenge, as it were, had an unexpectedly unfriendly initial interaction with Arval. I don't know if you folks are familiar with him, but he is apparently a philosophy graduate, and I've listened to some of his shows, one with Keith Woods and with Millennial Woes and others, some discussions of it. And from what I gleaned, he said that he's willing to talk to anybody at the end of the discussion with Keith Woods. So I figured, what the heck? He's clearly intelligent. He's going to understand what I'm saying, and see the value of this platform. Has got to. And that went surprisingly amiss, which prompted me to look into his stuff, his thing, a little bit more to understand why. And so that's so I'll unfold that a little bit more. But I also want to make some brief remarks about what others are talking about, or saying about the war in Ukraine and what they're doing to reinforce the basic framework of the alt-right, that is to say Iron Duke and Greg Johnson. Again, that's on a somewhat higher order. And then some much lower tier criticism coming from Claire Caw and Conops that I overheard. But nevertheless, providing examples of what people might try to say in order to divert from this platform. And I have to remark on Tom Sunik and how some things that he's doing to reconstruct patterns that we should be beyond by now, and some mistakes being made by GW and over at Majority Rights, and how that in a like fine-tuned way follows from his mistaken epistemology. but you have to tease that out a little carefully because it's fairly subtle. That is to say, the mistake that he's making, why it is. Okay, so where do we begin? Where should we begin? First of all, let's settle in. It is 9:35 Central European time. I guess that makes it 8:35 London, 3:35 in the afternoon New York, 2:35 Chicago, 1:35 Denver, and 12:35 or 36 in Los Angeles and San Francisco. What time in Australia is where Iron Duke is, and what time in Japan? That is where this other guy that I've grown a sudden interest in. What the hell is his name? He's got a Japanese wife, and he's got some keen takes on the Old Testament, and it's providing a template through the story of Joseph as to how the YKW might operate. Snorkelborg. The guy's got a Japanese wife, which I find forgivable. I certainly do. And in some sense, it could be a really good partner as an ally in this project, because you could be a good liaison for the Japanese, who will be excellent partners in alliance. And he's got a good handle on that question. The problem is that he apparently thinks that only the quote National Socialists and Uncle A had this figured out correctly, and that's not always that wrong, as in they're the only ones who understand the problems that we're up against. But he did not. He did not have the right answer. He did not have the right solution. So, but besides that, he's really a really intelligent guy. He just needs to be brought around to not go there, to not go in that imperialist supremacist direction, and work rather for national cooperation and coordination. Otherwise, quite an impressive guy. He's been talking with Claire Call, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's like, guy, why waste your time? Sarah Michelle Gellar says, "I'm so sexy." Oh, yes, I am. That is actually a picture of my Polish grandfather from Easter 1921. This is Easter, and that was Easter 101 years ago. There's sort of an imperfection in the photos. Glass or something at a time. It's got like a sheen in the center of his forehead. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Somehow I don't think that that is really you in that avatar. I would suspect that you are somebody from somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa, if I had to guess. We'll see. So who should I talk about first, Arval or the lesser, the somewhat less ambitious folks out there? I just wanted to mention him first, so to let the audience know that we're not going to be strictly going after low-hanging fruit, um, half stuff above Jerry Springer. That would be Con Ops and Claire Caw. Although, because they were talking about me, no, I went. Here's why I went. I do have a good excuse for having gone to Claire Call's channel, which I never do these days. Amanda gave me. Any thoughts on Vincent No. Is he the gay guy? No, no thoughts on him. Our friend Amanda who also goes by the nom de plume that woman with a cat avatar suggested that I go to Claire Call's channel to listen to a talk by Snorkelborg. And indeed, it's worthwhile. It was very worthwhile listening to. Now, I'd heard him before and been impressed by him, by his intelligence anyway. Now, of course, it's not going to be. Nobody's going to have as refined and good a platform as I do. But it's partly because they're younger. The guy's very intelligent. And I had heard him before on Millennial, wasn't been impressed, and then was listening to what he was saying with Claire Caw, and it's a shame that he wastes his efforts with her. That's why I would like to be able to talk to him here eventually, but that's why I went to Claire Caw's channel, and I overheard Claire Caw and Con Ops talking about me. It's like, why don't they get a life? But having said that, having made that qualification that I don't respect their opinion, what they were saying, stupid criticisms, though they were making, provide an opportunity to set the record straight. Okay, so Con Ops, who the audience may know, is this Dutch liberal guy who traipses among white nationalist circles and tries to show off by trying to subvert their arguments, and he's tried he's tried to argue with me, but he he never succeeds, and tries to accuse me of being done with him because I don't want to. I, I supposedly can't handle it. But the fact is, I won't put up with it because he's too stupid and too really immoral and disingenuous in what he's saying. Um, he's never going to try to understand what I'm saying in any positive sense. He's just trying to subvert what I say and misinterpret it in some way that sounds ridiculous. And what he's doing with Claire Caw. Do I know Jonas de Geer? That's a name that I recall from a couple of years ago. Was he a South African? I don't know. But I don't need to be. I'll talk about that maybe later. I don't know. Coming back to Conops and his discussion with Claire. There he is. Okay. He calls me Daniel Spurgowitz. So look, you're out. And there's Claire Caw. And you're out too. Now, what Claire Caw and Conops were saying was that, well, Daniel thinks that he is going to solve the problem of Europeans and their decline and their ability to get along in the world with this concept of unionization. Well, look at what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. They're fighting each other. How is he going to make that stop? First of all, this is a concept that begins from the inside out. In other words, I'm sending a to whom it may concern message. I'm not appealing, at least not to begin with. I'm not appealing, especially not to begin with. I'm not appealing to those who are hard to bring around. I want to know about who care about about European peoples, their own kind, and are generally well disposed to all kinds of European peoples. They recognize that we're all under attack under the concept of anti-racism. So that's to begin with. When he says, like, how do I hope to make these conflicts stop? Well, it's not my ambition to start there. But secondly and importantly, when you're talking about the concept of unionization, who is this troll here? We don't need this. When we're talking about unionization of Native European peoples, in the case of Ukraine, in the case of Russia, and this, when we get to this level, we are functioning at a level that would cure Greg Johnson and guest worker from Majority Rights of their errant ways, if they could understand this, if they would understand this. We're talking about a unionization of those who are truly Ukrainian, of Ukrainian genetics, in the case of the Ukrainian nationalists. In other words, not Zelensky and the oligarchs who put him into the kosher oligarchs who put him into power. And when you're talking about unionization and the structuring of accountability and correctability and homeostasis that it provides, then you're also talking about a means to correct and to bring uh, and to chasten and bring into reign the Banderas and the Azovs, so that they don't go over the top in natural fallacy and reaction and start attacking uh, beyond their ethno-national mandate. So when Conops and Clericot disingenuously say, "Oh, he thinks that he's going to look at what's happening. These people are so closely genetically related." Well, I didn't say that people who are closely genetically related uh, can't fight under a liberal zeitgeist. Siblicide, in fact, is a winning move. Um, and when they're being instigated by that liberal zeitgeist and by uh, the YKW, who are in power and were inciting these conflicts, along with co-opting the right wingers who have their own foibles from this point of view, and the neoliberals and the plain liberals, right? Then you know, maybe Conops can't would feign not being able to understand. Maybe Claire Call would feign not being able to understand, but a normal person with normal intelligence is going to be able to understand that this war is being this conflict is not being fought uh, or is not being negotiated, let's say, as unionized ethno-nationalists would in coalitions. And by the same token, um, the Russian Union of ethno-nationalists would be coming from the same place of correctivity and accountability, reining in the right wingers. Putin being a right winger in this case, high on kleptocratic imperialism, uh, being stimulated by the 75% or 80% kosher oligarchs, and having an ideology which apparently sees ethno-nationalism as hostile to his position. He's presiding over a multicultural empire in his ideology. The Orthodox Christian that he's a part of, the Orthodox Patriarch Kirill, consecrates his war, and that just goes to show uh, the imperialism of that Abrahamic religion. And that's part of the right wing as a easy handmaiden to the father of Abrahamic religions. Anyway, so when Clericot and Conops try to say that I propose to stem these inter-European conflicts by means of a concept of unionization? Yes, indeed, I do. Yes, I do see that as the means to structure that sort of correctivity and coordination. And to begin with, by the fact that the union would not include someone like Zelensky, whose natural instincts and interests are not connected to those of the Ukrainians, nor those who put him in power. And so someone like a guest worker who doesn't want to see or can't see, or let's put it this way, he can only see for his myopia, for his reactionary stance, the visceral reaction as natural and good. He's swooped right up into, well, this is the thing to do for the Ukrainians, to fight. And he's not connected with how this, quote, artificial concept of the union of the people would take the Ukrainians beyond natural fallacy. That could have the Azovs and the Banderas misdirected by the Zelenskys and his oligarchic backers. To try to fight the Russian army directly instead of obliquely, and in a way truly geared to win, and with minimal casualties and destruction as one really connected not only with organic Ukrainian motives, but with their emergent praxis. And a similar kinds of misdirection, of course, are going on, obviously, with Putin. And make no mistake about it. Putin is the one who's caused this war. This war wasn't caused. I mean, yeah, okay. There were provocations, certainly, coming from the West, from America, and particularly from its kosher elites, but also its right-wingers, its military, industrial, all that. Its neoliberalism, its liberalism was provocative, but that's no excuse. How the hell did they get back? That's no excuse. At worst, what Putin should have done, of course, is move into these Donbass areas and say, okay, we're taking over here, and then just stops there. Right? This bit about, threatening him by being right on his borders. Well, he's threatened at his borders anyway. in the Baltic states. Poland's how far? A few minutes further away ballistically. This is absurd. Um, the war of sorts, in as much as it was a war against neoliberalism, which is not for Putin. I don't. That's not his thing. But in as much as that is the most legitimate case that Russia would have to defend itself against the increasing pause, as they say, of the West, that's not. This isn't the way to fight it. Um, and neither is it the way to fight, as both Greg Johnson and Guest Worker are suggesting, to fight a conventional warfare. Which, even worse, can drag the rest of the world further and further into it. But yes, Clericot and Conops, unionization proper, would structure. That means to negotiate peace and homeostasis. So now then, I think in the case of Greg Johnson, his endorsing the Ukrainians taking a hot war stance, a direct hot war stance against Russia, I think has to do with his right wingism, with his elitism, such that he is not, he's overly sympathetic to Nazism, and therefore not as repulsed by the Azovs and the Banderas as a normal person would be and should be. That's one thing, and also that so that takes him into that right wingishness, takes him into the same kind of natural fallacy, therefore, and lack of correctivity that doesn't see. That's rationally blinded from the fact that indeed these guys are reactionaries and they're being instigated by the likes of Zelensky and Victoria Nuland and so on. Right-wingers are rationally blinded for their objectivism. He doesn't want to see. He doesn't want to see Zelensky. And, in fact, he's shown his right-wing colors and blind spot and the kind of blindness to entryism for his elitism, for his snobbery, that I was mentioning last time. For example, that threw me off of countercurrents for trying to point out to him that, look, Mark de Yao, this quadroon octoroon FBI agent that you think is so great, you might reconsider. Or Vox Day that you think is such a fun thought. But he was asked about Paul Gottfried, and I was sure. This is just the last podcast that he's opened up behind his paywall. I'm certainly not going to pay for anything on Countercurrents, but the recent question and answer that Greg Johnson has opened up. He was asked about Paul Gottfried, and he said, "Oh, I read this book of his, I read that book of his. Great guy. You know, blind to all the things that are plain to me and plain to anybody with any sense. That Paul Gottfried occupies this position of not frantic, but very nervous damage control and controlled opposition posing against the left, the characterology of the left that I was talking about. But Greg Johnson said, "Oh yeah, great guy." I was fully expecting him to say, "Well, he is one of those," and like, look at this, and there's so many things that is obvious. Every time I listen to Paul Gottfried, I say, "Come on, can't you see this?" The last show that I listened to just the other day, a question and answer with Paul Gottfried and Joseph Cotto. Paul Gottfried was literally saying, "Oh, Civil Rights 1964 Act, really good. The way it was set out. It was meant to end racial and gender discrimination. That's terrific. That's what should have been. That's right. That was righteous. That was righteous? That was a weaponization. Preventing people from using their judgment to classify and discriminate in their defense of themselves." But he says, "Oh yeah, it was good, but then they started affirmative action and things like that, and then the later permutations of political correctness, and it really became something bad. I guess he's gonna, he might go along with what's his name. We talked about it's being a second constitution. It might have sympathy with that, but to begin with, it was really good. You hear what these guys think. This should not ring bells. This should ring sirens. So many of the things that Gottfried said. But here's Greg Johnson. Oh yeah, Iron Duke. You see him in the chat. He's this British military or naval man. Who's only a little bit younger than me, and he's like over there in Australia now. And he's always singing the virtues of Paul Gottfried. And you wonder how these people can't see this. But they don't. And, well, that kind of thing might have bothered me at one time. No, at least I can feel the necessity for this platform. I can see the important service that it's providing. Okay, then. Then I wanted to say a word. So this idea of this alter casting of white identity as right wing and far right, then alt right, then dissident right, then neither left nor right or third position. all amounts to kind of the same thing, the same kaleidoscope of stuff above or below praxis. Whether it's Christianity or natural fallacy or some sort of supremacy exception. The exception remains in force. And of course, yeah, this appeals to the reactionaries who still want to get on board with Hitler. And as I said, the characterology of the left that began as a marketing campaign sold to right-wing reactionaries through the alt-right to as of 2008 to fend off proper response to the hegemony that emerged between the kosher folks and right-wing sellouts and neoliberals and liberals as of 2008. The kind of happenstance coalition thereof. It continues to be reinforced, and I see it happening. The other day, Tom Sunik, now what is he doing talking to Warren Bullock? I'm not saying that Warren Bullock doesn't have the intelligence. He's the guy's married to Emily Yukis, and he does these, he's good when he talks about, race and crime, when he describes some of the antics of the folks, and not good at all when he reveals his reverence and redemptionism for Hitler and Nazism. And this is a level of obvious mistake that Tom Sunik should not be participating in, and should not lower himself to participate in. But he did, and he does. And he goes there, and he makes the remark, well, we've got to stop this petty nationalism. Poles have got to stop hating Germans. Germans have got to stop hating Poles. Does he really think that he is saying, first of all, does he think that he's describing the situation accurately when he says that? That these people are going around hating each other? But secondly, does he really think that he's doing good in animating what is really a non-existent conflict at this point? He's not. He's breathing life into animus, the false currency that's been circulated among American reactionaries who are caught up in the ideology of the Third Reich days when it was needed to depict, it was needed to vilify Poland in order to justify the war. So here's Tom Sunik saying, "Oh, we've got to stop these Poles from hating Germans." You know, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, and it's always been true. I have never, in over 20 years in Poland, seen Polish people hating Germans, talking about it, thinking about it. It's non-existent. And yet it doesn't exist, and he's acting like it's a chronic problem. And not only is he saying it's a problem, that this conflict is a problem, he takes the attitude that the Poles are starting it. He's always blaming the Poles for doing this. The only experience that I've had of animus, it hasn't been in lived reality, but online from mostly German Americans. So, with some exceptions, OV and a few others. Hating me because they think that the reason I don't like Hitler is because I go by my mother's maiden name, Sienkiewicz. Oh, you're Polish. That's why. Oh, you're a bad. But what I'm saying is, so what's got to stop is someone like Tom Sunik resurrecting this conflict where it's not. Okay, enough said of that. I mean, Paul Gottfried will be happy for that. He's all on board. You know, people like him on the clown level. Someone like um, David Cole Stein, for some reason, hates Slavic peoples, whether they're Slavic Jews or Slavics, just hates them, and so he's happy to get into this thing, this anti-Slavic thing, and there's some, and Paul Gottfried does that a little bit too. He's happy to he'll play that angle. You'll hear again. I hear these things coming from him, and I say to myself, no. Maybe that's why some of them think that Paul Gottfried is okay, because he'll kiss a little German ass or something. Oh, good. You know, but that's not in representing European interests, not even representing German interests. That's in divide and conquer, is what that is. A subtle version, but nevertheless. That's just another of the things that comes along when you'll listen to Paul Gottfried, this guy who's supposed to be so great and supposed to be so much on our side. Some of these people are like overly Nazi sympathetic, or that's why they'll be susceptible. Okay. So what did I want to talk about next? Yeah, I mean, just one more remark about like Tom Sinek complaining about the problems of quote petty nationalism. And Poland. Well, the way that Poland is receiving Ukrainian refugees and willing to put the Bandera massacres behind and relegate that to history and move beyond collective assignment of guilt goes to show this that he might look to the fact that maybe it's not petty nationalism that's going on here, but genuine brotherly nationalism that's happening. So, in other words, clerical and conops, and then I'm going to get to our goal in a second. Those who are particularly concerned to survive in kind will join up. Those with an organic concern will be a part of the union. There could be other motives to join the union, and the union of unions as well. But we are beginning from the inside out with what we can do, not with what we cannot do, with those who want to join. So Conops is like trying to have a chuckle to himself with Claire Call and to herself, saying that I'm being so unrealistic and impractical. On the contrary, those who don't want to join, who aren't concerned, not even particularly interested in them in any positive sense with them anyway. Not trying for something impossible and unrealistic at all, but with those who are interested in preserving themselves and their kind. And I think that if you ask most Ukrainians and most Russians, they're going to say, "I don't want to fight Ukrainians. I don't want to fight Russians." Same old elitist power war at the behest of crazy people. And what do you do in response to despots? What does Plato, coming back to Argyle, the big Platonist, what does Plato advise against might makes right? That you join, that you unionize and build coalitions, that you gather force of the group against the despots. It's the most classic way, and it's what our enemies don't want us to do. That's why they've red caped the left, and the underlying depth grammar. It's depth grammar, which is unionization, coalition building, social organization, and social advocacy. Which facilitates coordination of human and pervasive ecology. That is to say, among not only other groups of Europeans, but other peoples, broadly speaking. Okay, so I think we're getting. I'm going to take a little breather, a sip of water. We're getting to where we can talk about Arwal. Was it Arval? I think his last name is Arwal. Only one letter away from being Orwell, for heaven's sake. I don't want to. Even though my first interaction with him was turned out to be surprisingly unpleasant, I don't really want to get into to attempt any sort of or seen as attempting any sort of um, big conflict with this guy. If people enjoy his shows, I think he has some book clubs, book readings, and certainly he can go on into a labyrinth of commentary on uh, philosophical matters. He's quite erudite, obviously a very high IQ, and you enjoy that by all means. Uh, don't let me try to dissuade you, but I will, because the interaction, like I said, was surprisingly unpleasant. I was forced to look to investigate a little bit as to why that might have been. And had I known some things priorly, might not have gone that way. No, might not. I might not have. I might have been better prepared and in knowing where he's coming from and not been quite so surprised. Um, but to begin with, what I was surprised to learn that he's a Christian. When someone is, I just expect people who are that intelligent not to be Christians. Um, and so I spoke my mind freely. Part of which is that no, I don't. I definitely don't endorse Abrahamic religions of any kind. I see them as a serious problem. I don't think that alone was why he was so caustically averse to me, but that certainly would have been part of it. Um, Now, I'll look at some of the more valid reasons why he took an antagonistic stance toward me, and I'll look at some of the negative motives that were going on there. Now, it's one of the advantages, I think, of not having uh, quite the horsepower that someone that he does, is that I stay nourished, I think, in the ambiguity of the reality. Um, that will allow me to see. Different aspects as to uh, why he was taking an antagonistic stance toward me, and good, valid and not so valid. And why I'm not going to bother trying too hard to bring him around. Say, oh yeah, oh you should talk to me. Oh yeah, we can work this out. You should see why my platform is where it's at. He should, but he won't. And the reason why I don't think he will is because he has he has this horsepower and this capacity for rationalizing that's taken him up into these rather baroque language games of philosophy, and he's caught up there. Positioned himself bureaucratically, and he's not. He's not going to give up his perch. And in a second, I'll endeavor to show you a few reasons why I think that he's mistaken. Okay. From what I've listened and learned of Orville so far, the first time I heard him was on Millennial Woes in the Millennial Yule. And then I heard him talking with Keith Woods about Plato. And I found that he is a Platonist, which I consider generally okay. A Neoplatonist, okay. Well, I can. There's much of Plato that I that's great. That I think that I find to be very important and useful. No problem there. I definitely endorse people getting into the classics, Plato, Aristotle, absolutely. But I think that I took for granted, I expected. Well, at the end of Keith Wood's show, let's put it this way, he said that I'm willing to talk to anybody. Here's just contact me by Skype or some other means, and I'll talk to. I thought, well, okay. As I said, I think this guy should be able. He's obviously clearly intelligent, and he should be able to see the value, virtue, sense making of what I'm doing here. Okay, he's got to see it. And if he doesn't see it right away, he's a Platonist. So what does a Platonist do? A Platonist is someone who engages in dialectic, right? They're not trying to win an argument. They're trying to say, okay, well, here's one position. Here's a thesis. Here's an antithesis, and here's the synthesis. Or dialectically, we'll arrive at the best understanding jointly between us, right? We'll have a dialectic discourse. So I'm running there thinking that I was going to have a conversation. And what I got was not Plato doing dialectic. What I got was a sophist. I'm honest to God, someone who is like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You should be able to explain this in 5 minutes. And if you can't explain it in 5 minutes, and I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, Orville, I have explained it. I have made myself clear. I have made myself clear. And furthermore, you interrupted me and with these things that you're raising as objections, you're not giving me a chance to explain. Okay, so we come to the good, the valid, and the not so valid of his defensiveness. Valid, um, I can see he's observing certain associations that I've had in my past, not giving me a chance to say that I don't associate with them now and don't condone and don't, not a part of their program whatsoever and have a totally different way of going. But he's protecting his situation against associations that could potentially be catastrophic. I understand that. I mentioned Richard Spencer, and didn't get a chance to say that I have nothing to do with Richard Spencer. But he's thinking, oh, this guy, he's associated with Richard Spencer and Tom Metzger, and I'm not. But he's protecting himself, so I understand that. I understand being overly protective. Where what he's doing was not valid, or one point where it was not valid, is that when I did begin to explain things, and I did begin to show him that I had original ideas. He tries, I've heard these things that we're just saying. You think that I haven't heard this a million times? You have not heard what I'm saying. Or if you did hear anything like I'm saying, it's because other people got it from me. But that's besides the point. It's like I could tell that there was a part of him that didn't want anybody, that was insecure and didn't want, when he saw that I knew things and that I had ideas and that they might be good. I think it's not unreasonable to say that there was a bit of his being threatened a bit. Who said DNA Nation? Who's this? Okay. Now, okay, so that in that sense, what he's doing is not valid. And then I see, okay, he says to me, this DNA nations concept, that sounds like that sounds identitarian, and people hear that and they're going to be turned off. Now, again, as I was saying in response to Claire Caw and Conops, but more germanely to him, I don't want to be involved. I don't want to even try to appeal to people who who don't see the importance of defending our genetic kinds. Now, I understand, again, coming back to the validity, dialectically taking the step back to the validity of his position, he's taking a implicit mode of defense, and that's valid. Whereas I'm doing an explicit mode. He's taking an implicit mode of defense because that's a safer thing. I just want to build schools, and like Plato did with the academy, and teach kids the right way. And I guess he's going to do implicit advocacy there. And that's valid, but where he's overly paranoid is he's not taking into account the fact that this platform that I'm advocating is careful enough to avoid illegality. It's not calls to violence. Doesn't do Holocaust denial. It doesn't associate with Nazism. The biggest, complaint that somebody could levy against me personally is that I might have used the N-word in my past, and if that's a problem, it shouldn't be. But other than that, there's no reason not to be associated with an explicit platform for or there's no reason to exclude me as an associate in an explicit platform of DNA Nations. And to not participate in it. But he says he wants to do communities. He doesn't believe in nationalism. Again, and he had a debate with Joel Davies. About nationalism, and he was making these arguments, I think, very speculative, and these speculative in the sense that if you don't, nationalisms are the source of great danger to the world because they harbor nuclear and other catastrophic weaponry. So what's got to be done is we got to undo nationalism and work on some and build communities and foster this Platonic school of, and then which translates for him into a Christian school of logos, the universal calling. And to say that is going to, maybe it's a straw man a bit to say he's putting his head in the sand by doing that. Well, no, he would say that he's trying to come together through the union of Christ or something, and the universal logos. I think that it's speculative to say, on the one hand, that is going to stave off fanatics and the rogue use of weapons of mass destruction, which is what he's concerned about. And I don't know that, and it's also speculative to say that the nation states are not better equipped to foster the way of life which will ameliorate the kind of rage that might instigate the rogue use of these weapons and the kind of speculative, or not, the kind of divorce from concern with reality for just the terrible injustice that failing the correctivity that the nation state is in better position to facilitate. That's probably the more dangerous way. You don't have these structures of accountability. And when you are actively trying to engage universals as oh, you know, the one philosophy, as our goal is after, as Christianity is a monolith religion and an imperialist religion. All Abrahamic religions are. That universalism that he thinks of as a good thing, well, there are parts of it that certainly are not uh, salutary. I've coined this term universal maturity, not as a compliment, but as something to be looked upon with great derision, the call to universal maturity. Because, um, as Philip Rushton pointed out, and it is only plainly true, there are different rates of maturity between the races, African, European, Asian. Um, and if those differences are not taken into account, there's going to be destruction when they're forced together. Destruction to the sublimation and the civilizing and creative and intelligent reflection that goes into those sublimated males, in particular, of Europe and Asia. And an atavistic situation, brutal, that is not going to be ameliorated, but in fact exacerbated by some archaic Christian gobbledygook. I mean, this guy, Arvel, is calling Jesus an avatar of God. You know, this supposed Jewish descendant of David. This is who we're supposed to esteem as the personification of virtue, as the avatar of God. And Argyle thinks this is a good thing. Okay. Now, I have to think a bit about where he connects that to interestingly, he talks about motives and trying similarly, you know, it's like, and this is the kind of thing where it's like, why don't you, this guy's got to see the value of my program, because I'm talking about motives and retooling Maslow's hierarchy of motives, or hierarchy of needs. You call them both things. Maslow did. And he's trying to connect. He's trying to connect the primordial source of motives to vivify and provide direction to our organic motives, to get them. I would imagine, just to put it simply, to get them back, our people back on track. In terms of their motives, so I can agree that our people's motives are screwed up. Okay, but where his logic and his overthinking it gets a bit strange in a way that sounds, kooky in a way that you almost might expect of the antiquities of a Plato. It's like, okay, well, Plato was a smart guy and all, wise guy and all, but he was functioning, a couple thousand years ago. So you can expect him to be a bit weird and, bizarrely off the mark in a few ways. And Arval was a bit like that when I believe that I'm hearing him correctly. He's anthropomorphizing physics at the bottom of motivation, whether it's gravity or protons in relation to what protons gravitate to you know this automatically, but I've forgotten the word. Electrons, or protons, in the way they attract to electrons, or a tropism, for example. Now, these things are, yes, physical attractions in the sense of causality. And there's a necessity there, a notion of necessity that belongs in the realm of pleroma, not creatura. He's ascribing motives there. If I'm hearing correctly, he uses the word motive. I don't want to camp that up too much because it couldn't possibly be that stupid, but he did use that word. He was using that word. It's almost beyond provocative. Okay, a source that would then, you could say, that would then lead, and when it starts to connect with the biological world, then you can see an evolution of things that would be like motives. I can buy that, and I can appreciate, the rigor there of attention, but not ascribing motives to laws of physics, whether it's protons to electrons, or tropism, or gravity. But it is interesting to look there in that connection. But as I would suspect, there's nothing that someone like him is going to do, erudite as he is, amazingly articulate in a labyrinth of philosophical discussion as he is, there's not much radical. There's nothing that he's going to add. There's nothing radical that he's going to add to my platform. He might animate some details, and that would be good. But he didn't want to hear what I have to say. He wanted to try to say that I can't say, or that I can't express myself. Whether my platform is not this, that, or the other thing. That it's not a complete worldview, and this is not true. My platform is abstract enough so that it can house other philosophies. It's not an imperialist philosophy like Christianity or Islam or Judaism. It allows for people to flesh out their ethno-nationalisms with the philosophies that suit them. I'm open to any philosophy that's not imperialist and supremacist, that can coordinate with other peoples. Christianity can't really do that. Now, he was doing something on the order of Claire Caw when he was saying that I can't articulate myself. And I've always known that Claire Caw was full of shit, because I can and I will, and from many different angles. You might not always understand it through one sentence, or want to hear it, in the case of Claire Caw or Conops. And I think that in the case of Arvel, he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to know. I think in some sense he was threatened by it. As I said, there was a good and there's a bad. And in the bad sense, there was a bit of like, I'm threatened by this, or I think that I'm better than you. Again, in the positive sense, there's reasons to protect yourself and to go implicit. Like he's protecting, if maybe he sees himself as protecting his Christian flock from, someone like me, who's with those people who don't believe in that bullshit. But as I said, it was similar to Claire Caw in that respect, and that was one other thing that I heard of Claire Caw exposing herself when I did look over at her site or at her YouTube channel when I was investigating what's his name, the guy with the Japanese wife. Claire Caw was commenting on Joel Davis, and saying, "Oh ho ho, he's talking about the managerial class. He can't even express himself. He doesn't even realize that he's trying to talk about feminism and the feminist takeover. He's talking about the managerial class takeover. He doesn't." Can you imagine that Claire Caw would be not only so ignorant, but so arrogant as to propose that she should be able to insinuate not only her opinion, her stupid opinions or ignorant opinions, but this completely absurd idea that she should be able to, tell us what our moral order should be to the jot and tittle. Everybody knows anything about this struggle knows that when somebody talks like Joel Davis or anybody, Sam Francis, and she didn't even know who Sam Francis was. And everybody's talking about the managerial class. They're talking about Burnham's idea of, he was this kind of reformed Marxist who, I guess, was trying to do the kosher folks a favor by putting focus on a more generic way of talking about elitist control. Rather than parsing out, as I do, kosher influence in tandem with right-wingers and neoliberals and plain liberals. Coming back to Argyle, though, and his idea that a unified philosophy is a good thing, and the structuring of our religion through the logos of Christianity is a good thing. No, it isn't. And when I don't propose to articulate things to the jot and tittle, and he does, I'm not in remiss. I'm doing a good thing. I'm not trying to dictate the detail of people's lives and just what they should think about. Allowing them to bring the philosophy and the concerns and narratives of their lives, their autobiography, their ways of lives to fruition. I mean, that's what paradigmatic conservatism does. It is concerned with the borders and boundaries. It is conservative there. It would tell Conops and his girlfriend wants to have sex with Africans, and Conops wants to watch. They can take her there, and then they can live in that country where that's they can go into the Congo and live there. But he can't impose a destruction to our genetic interests where we are concerned with the protection of ours, because we've seen what that way of life is like, and we know better. That it's not insecurity. We've ridden the bus in Newark, New Jersey. We've experienced this science fiction nightmare. We can't be fooled by some idiot like Conops. We can't be told that we are cruel. No, he's the cruel one. His slut girlfriend is the cruel one. And if she would try to make us into a slave by imposing involuntary contract, then she is the supremacist. Then she is the would-be slave master that we would defend ourselves against. Claire Caw wants to tell me what I should be able to, what sort of imagery and imagery of females that I should admire on my Twitter feed. Well, who the hell is she? to tell me what sort of female beauty I should uphold, or what motives that I have for tweeting images of beautiful women. So paradigmatic conservatism would have conservative boundaries, but relatively free individual liberties and ways of life within. Accounts requested kept to a minimum. Arval. What else did I want to say about him? Yeah, this communitarianism that he's advocating. My experience is that face-to-face interactions. I mean, if you can make it work, more power to you. Fine. I find that you're coming into contact with egos, strange personalities, people who are, maybe escaping some things, maybe not for good reasons, gossip. This communitarianism, I believe, creates little hellscapes, and whereas online negotiation, you can easily sort out and move between people that you need and can work with. I see that as a big advantage, and I definitely favor nationalism as an important level of structuring for the Union to hold up to internationalism. And then where that's too big a structure and too impersonal in some ways, then you can work on levels of subsidiarity from there. But nationalism is not the problem. Imperialism is the problem in terms of conflict. They have to work on ways to coordinate and to respect one another, of course. But this is something that, well, maybe Americans in general are a bit more gauche about the importance of nationalism. And I think that you're going to create more problems in trying to take away nationalism than by encouraging it. And certainly going to create the biggest problems with imperialism, whether it's by Richard Spencer or anybody else. So Argo called my DNA Nation's concept identitarianism as if it was a bad thing. I don't think so. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. It just takes a modicum of goodwill. Say genus and species. And who was it? It was again talking about. Oh, I think it was Conops was saying that something about you can't unify Europeans. Well, yes, you can. The genus European. And the genus European is what's under attack by the liberal concept of anti-racism. And so are the species, which is what I'm calling the particular nations of Europeans, whether in Europe or in diaspora. And because they're under attack and largely innocent, and many of them would like to defend themselves and merit defense and advocacy, well, this is the way to advocate them through a concept of unionization. And that structure is accountability and correctivity and homeostasis with that autonomy and sovereignty. The means to coordinate with and build coalitions with other unions of nations. They're human ecologies and pervasive ecology and work on pervasive ecology. Some other things that Arval says that are weird. I think he talks a bit about faith, and he articulates Gödel's theorem pretty good. And that's fine. It doesn't really add anything new in terms of what it would do, but articulates it a bit more. But faith isn't a magical thing that requires you to believe in some spooky Jibu in the sky. What that is, and it's not a gene, like and some strange thing that GW would try to ascribe to it in some sort of hokey precision. All it is confidence in a taken for granted realm. For those times in the pattern that you're upholding as transcendent of a particular moment, where they're not represented, where you have confidence, i.e. you have faith that they are valid to maintain. It's valid to have faith in your people, even though in this particular moment you can't see the reason why, maybe, but you know from past experience, from enough instantiations of the pattern to have faith. But it doesn't take the kind of like bizarre, labyrinth of explanations that someone like Arval is going to go into. It's ordinary language. So and that was connected to something. My back is hurting in this position. So I was expecting dialectic from Arvel, and what I got was a sophist. I was expecting Plato, and what I got was a sophist. What do you mean? What are you talking about? He's interrupting me. Doesn't let me finish. You can't explain yourself. Oh yeah, right. Uh-huh. He's Arvo says he doesn't have any dogmatic commitment at any point. He puts truth first, so he doesn't have to abide by any particular text in the Christian text. Um, huh. He puts the truth first. Well, how about putting the relative interests of our people first, and then correcting with pure objective truth as need be? That would seem to be the normal position. Oh no. I'm just a pure agent of the truth. Dude, I mean, any idea how pompous that is? How insane. But that's the avatar of the right winger that I'm talking about. Beyond accountability. Oh no. I'm just about truth. He says, I came to believe that the only way to resolve our problems as a planet is to finally come together in a common language, and Christianity offers that. It offers that with its universal Messiah. It offers that with a return to the end of history, combating, turn from the end of history, I guess, combating these satanic forces that have to be addressed. Jesus as an avatar, as an incarnation of God. Okay. Anyway. His conversation with Keith Woods did turn up, and his discussion of motives does nevertheless play through my concept of restructuring self-actualization, Maslow's hierarchy of motives, and even, of course, not only correcting it with Aristotle's concept of self-actualization and humans as social animals, and the political being the first order of philosophy. Because if that's out of whack, then everything else is for naught. And you can see the seeds of social constructionism there, making the social order, what Aristotle called the central concern. Praxeology, thereof. People say that I'm being jargonistic with this word praxis, but I really like it, maybe even love it, because I want to reclaim that word from the Marxists because it's our Aristotelian word to begin with, and retake it for us as in the Heideggerian postmodern sense of centralizing that as the calibration of our worldview. Praxeology, it has this component of axis. It's a turning, and it gets you into the process, this non-Cartesian hermeneutic process of investigation and correctivity of our system, our homeostasis, our autonomy, our self-governing system. But as they move through, as he's moving through a discussion of motives and trying to reconnect with motivating forces and forces that direct our motives in an adaptive sense. He was talking about tradition, and they sparked. He and Keith Woods were talking about tradition, and they sparked the sense in me. I could see where, in the scheme of things that I'm presenting, where tradition would perform a segue from routine, which I think is so important and undervalued through the American way in particular, where routine would connect to tradition, and then what was it? Then to the sacred realm on the same level, the mystery. Anyway, I could see that fleshing out there. Because I've put forth these four basic components as having to be forefront in the discussion of the restructuring of our motives. Socialization, the delimitation through unionization, first and foremost, as a means for accountability to our own system, so that our own human ecology, so that it doesn't go into runaway and impact in a negative way other human ecologies. Thereby we can coordinate, quite opposed to modernity, where we, rather than running roughshod over others too, we can coordinate with other human ecologies. So that's the first and most basic motive, not food and biology. There's no food in biology if you're not working right from the start with your mom and dad, with her breast and your father and his negotiation with other adults to secure your food and shelter. So socialization is foremost. And Aristotle, I believe, would correspond with that. We are social animals. We're political first and foremost as philosophers. Otherwise, because if that's out of whack, everything is. So there you are. We're social constructionists. We're hermeneuticists. If we're intelligent philosophers. So that's, and there is not only being, but as in Dasein, but mit Dasein, being amidst your kind, most fundamental level. And then you have the levels of routine. You're moving up in socialization, and that's taking you beyond the animal realm into human levels that Arval, as the youngster that he is, and others are not seeing, but I am articulating in this platform, which is better than anything that he has right now. So it's taking us into a human realm, not into the universal maturity that he's veering into with his universal avatar. But we would recognize the sublimation and the sublime product of our masculine maturity. Our boys, not acting like wiggers, but acting as men in the way we are, in our optimal creativity and intelligence. Manning up where it means securing our borders and boundaries, our union. That's what it means to man up. Not to act like a, at the behest of some puerile idiot inciting genetic competition with some gang members in the hood. No. You're securing the borders and you're engaged in routine. And secure as such, you enjoy the routine. Knowing that we're all virtually miracles by the fact that we're here. Walking, breathing, thinking blobs of protoplasm after these millions of years of evolution. And our routines are pleasurable and good. Anybody who ridicules our existence, as long as we're we're innocent until proven guilty, doesn't think that routine isn't amazing enough and wonderful enough, is something very wrong with them. To be testy about that. But if they're not, if they see that routine is necessary to build as a structure to learn and from mentors and develop and cultivate to learn trades and crafts and enjoy the process of learning. There's not under pressure that routine isn't good enough. Hell, when we get into the guildsmanship of it and the tradition of it, and then we start to see what's the sacred, what's important, what makes our people, what breathes life and magnificence into our creativity. We see the majesty of our women that Claire Caud objects to me posting on Twitter. And you know, food and the food that she prepares, you prepares with, or whatever. The affection and the sex that you have with her, one is enough. One woman is enough. That's a sacred choice for monogamy. There has to be choice. There has to be. Well, whatever. The enjoyment of that. We're not talking about actualization. Something that we're talking about. Something that just about anybody could do. And hold on a second. You're talking about the stabilization then. You have borders and boundaries. You have structured socialization, structure of accountability and correctivity of our social capital, of our genetic capital. The insecurity that's going to lead to, well, the insecurity that's going to be greatly alleviated, that is going to instigate fighting, unnecessary fighting against other peoples, because your genetic interests are accounted for, and your personal interests are accounted for. You have a complaint? Well, take it to us. We'll help you fix that. Now then, none of this is to say that we are saying that you, man or woman, should not pursue your telos, that is to say, your self-actualization as you are a best manifestation of yourself, or if you want to use another version of self-actualization, you accomplish something great, or you're experiencing something great. We're not trying to take that away from you either. We just want you to place that within these balancing and supportive structures of socialization, of routine, of sacrament, and respect and reverence for the broader pattern of your people, and of in its capacity to be stewards of human ecology and pervasive ecology. But your self-actualization as it works in a way that's conducive to the interests of your people, and is coincides with nature and your society, is not prone to reflexive reversal, to aberration. It's not stressed because it is not overly emphasized as it has been, since the days of the human potential movement in the late 60s, and its dark side that came through, and it's exacerbating the Cartesian detachment of of the Declaration of Independence: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Irrespective of group classifications, you have your civil rights to do that. Society be damned, I suppose. Other people be damned. And here we are. That concept weaponized, Locke's concept of individual rights weaponized against group classifications of biological patterns and human ecologies protecting themselves otherwise. That disordering effect. And we've got a disaster on our hands. But we also have here the means for correction. Argall talks about motivations, and that's good. That's right. The motivations are out of whack. But his relative youth shows through. For example, when he talks about, he's talking with, was it something Brown? What's the guy's name? This other intelligent philosopher kid. Hold on, I got to find this. One second, I'll find it. I think it was is his name Kenneth Brown? Luke Ford was saying was a thing saying that the guy is Jewish. I don't know if that's true, but it might be. Here it is. Yeah, Kenneth Brown. They did this video called "Politics and Generational Cycles" with Kenneth Brown, who's calling himself deep left jokel experience. The fuck. I hope he's not trying to pervert my ideas. Let's not be paranoid. But he talks about, he tries to characterize the generations. And as I recall, he calls Generation X the wanderers, or he didn't call them the lost generation. That's another generation. But they're like, the aimless, somehow these aimless wanderers, and that Generation Z, or the millennials and Generation Z, are supposed to be the heroes, but the millennials are falling short, and it doesn't look like the Generation Z are up to it yet either. But anyway, he's moving past something, and he's really screwing that up in terms of this is an important mistake that he's making in his characterology of Generation X and what's happening. Generation X, my generation, are supposed to be implementing socialization and social correctives like I'm doing. I'm doing what Generation X is supposed to do on the individualistic Cartesian runaway of the boomer generation. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And it's very important. And it's not generational astrology. This is a fact. This is a pattern of what should be, of what's happened, the fallout that this generation of my generation has befallen us, and what we have been up against direly with this obfuscation, with this red caping, with this gaslighting of what really are social advocacy concepts of postmodernity, and how they've been misrepresented and presented as the problem, even to these guys, whether it's Rams Paul or just whomever, or Edward Dutton, or guest worker, or academic agent, or James Bowery. These sociologists. Uh, these boomers, these sociologists, or and they're not dealing with reality. Well, they've taken these good and these important concepts and they've red caped them, whether it's hermeneutics, social constructionism, postmodernity, multiculturalism, as opposed to monoculturalism. How about diversity, as opposed to integration? How about want to be integrated with other races? Um, unionization, as opposed to inequality. True social justice warriors. How about, as opposed to they want social justice? Ho ho ho. It should be obvious. Hi, Elliot Platt. I'm going to take a. I have to take a break. I will be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Now I'm going to take a quick scan through my notes and see if there's any other things that I forgot to mention. It's going to take me a second. There's going to be a few seconds more of silence. I talked about people still endorsing Gottfried absurdly, even though that should be clear what he's up to. I talked about Tom Sunic and his foibles. Claire Call and con ops. Claire Call saying that, when I never respected her opinion when she said that I wasn't making myself clear and that I was unintelligible. But it really became blatantly obvious that not only is she dishonest, she just plainly doesn't know what she's talking about when she says, "Oh, Joel Davis can't express himself. Look, when he's talking about the managerial revolution, managerial class, he means to be talking about feminists." I mean, just anybody knows anything about this, and he talks about this guy Sam Francis. She doesn't know anything, and so when she says that someone can't express themselves, she doesn't know. It became all the more clear that she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Same lady who said that George Washington gave his farewell address in 1897, as if like every American doesn't know that when he gave that address from Fraunces Tavern, which I worked on with my brother, by the way, which a Puerto Rican terrorist group once exploded. But anyway, that every American knows that George Washington's farewell address, which was given 100 years before Claire Call said it was advised to stay out of foreign entanglements. So the woman's ignorant. And yet, she would tell us what our moral order should be. The purpose of unionization is to hold to account not only rank and file from going rogue. And so it is how, contrary to Claire Call and Conop's mockery, how it would work. And it begins with people who are most interested in protecting our people. So there's nothing unrealistic about it. It begins from the inside out. But it also contains the means to hold elitists to account. People like Putin and Zelensky and those backing them. It structures the means for that. She says that they're laughing that, look how closely related people are fighting each other, and he thinks he's going to do it by unionization. Well, indeed, this is how you hold elitist and rogue elements. People like Zelensky who have nothing to do with this, and those rogue elements of our right wing and our liberals and neoliberals, the Putins and the oligarchs backing him, and the Zionists backing him. And there's an important sense of the genus not having to be chosen any more than the species. It just is. And self-interest can be applied could be appealed to for agentive joining of the union species and genus. At any rate, it is a to whom it may concern message for those who want to participate. It's not a suggestion that will make all problems go away overnight. It is a path to rectification and coordination. And in a sense, I can't believe how stupid their criticisms are. Claire says that Poles hate Russians. Again, this is not something that's going on and not a preoccupation when we have our nation, when the Poles have their nation. What Russians do in their nation is not something that's pondered and hated upon. Even considering incidents like the Katyn massacre of Stalin's regime, which between 14 and 21,000 of elite Polish cadets were murdered. This is like the cream of the intellectual crop of that generation. Still looking through my notes. Oh yeah. I don't know when Arval was talking about he seems to be focused on and I think it's a pretty good focus, but of what I would use Foucault's term, and it's about one of the only things that I take from Foucault is the term the use of pleasure, which, to my knowledge, derives of the Epicureans. That is to say, the correct use of pleasure. They say it's because they begin with the senses, and they take and then they organize. Their what's called hedonism isn't about an indulgence in the lower pleasures. On the contrary, it's about respect for a hierarchization of pleasures to where what they say contemplation thought is what they consider the highest pleasure. And I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I read Plato. I don't know if how much of that idea is in Plato. But Arval was talking about that in those terms, and I see that as coming from the Epicureans, and it's a good thing. How to govern pleasure and utility. that would be a good concern, which would function. But I think that it's better function. This is a situation where my philosophical framework, my platform, is showing itself to be superior to Arval's, because mine is functioning in a broader praxeology, sociology, um, and not so riveted on these mechanical animal functions, but taking it into the social realm, um, and in consideration of the important matters, not getting lost in kind of the something very close to natural fallacy that uh, I mean, I know that as long as you're in line with Plato, of course, you're not going to go be too different from Aristotle's wise recommendations that one not overindulge in that sort of thing. But he's veering in that direction, um, and being overly focused and losing sight of Aristotle's advance, in a sense, over Plato, and taking us into praxis, into humans as social beings, and the advance of this platform, which would make socialization the most fundamental level of actualization, and in a sense, the framework of any sort of actualization. That's not to be transcended, um, but to be your audience. How about what you're doing this for? If not only yourself, what you're doing your self actualization for. But the enjoyment of routine, of being in socialization. The appreciation of traditions and how they, and the sharing of traditions, but not being stuck in them either. Having that advantage of the Epicureans, the precursors of the empiricists, but the Epicureans who were against superstition and backwards tradition, and wayward speculation, and insisted on empirical verification, and in a sense of forerunners of the non-Cartesian movements of emergentism and hermeneutics found in Heidegger, the postmodern term. Um, appreciation of the sacred, not as Jesus, not as some Abrahamic sky god, but rather of the pattern that's not always empirically evident in a moment, although empirically verifiable in some sense, but of the sacred, that which those acts, those episodes, which bring forth the pattern of our people, which we revere, as delivered to us by our forebears, and which we would bring to our children, as we certainly cannot allow our children to come into this hellscape that is only assured, that ensures them slavery and torture as they would be yoked in Christianity. Self-sacrifice. So much universal nonsense. This false opposition, as I'm on record as saying since 2013. Not that other people couldn't have said it. I don't know if TT said it. He might have. He's certainly smart enough to. It's an inference that other people. But before anybody gives, what's his name? Green, Adam Green. Full credit for that. He says he got some book. And it's, it could have. I don't know. All I know is that I've been saying that for a while. So no, I mean, brilliant a guy as Arval is, he's not beyond criticism. I don't like the way he treated me in our brief discussion. The disrespect and the defensiveness. As I can see good and bad reasons for it, but whatever. I don't care if I don't wind up talking to him again. If he wants to talk, I would, but I don't think that he will, and I don't care. And none of this is to deny and try to bridle in our the Promethean quests and our self-actualization. On the contrary, it's to facilitate that. But not only facilitate, our farther reaches, but to do it in such a way that's not going to rupture our social patterns and not going to be so stressed in as an expectation and so on such compelled and deprivation of basic fundamental motives, that in desperation it results in overcompensation and reflexive reversal, as expressed by these rogue leaders and their crazy wars and mass murders and whatever. And our own, just whatever, sociopaths all over the place. There's too many people, I'm afraid, that that deserve to be on the evolutionary 86 list. Not because they're not physically and capable, not because they're not mentally capable, because they're sociopaths, because they're obscene in their cruelty, in their unnecessary cruelty. That's this governing of a moral order that the structuring of social accountability would provide for is going to structure compassion and decency and all these things that our enemies don't want to see in us because they want to continue to exploit us. I mean, I don't know what we are to them. Cows to breed daughters for them to fuck. These mulatto supremacists, these hate-infested mulatto supremacists. Again, I need to stress one more time, contrary to the characterology of the left as, this character that doesn't deal with nature, reality, truth, and facts, that our worldview is centered on a praxeology of our relative group interests. Yes, and that calls for a liberation from mere facticity into narrative coherence, and an interactive unit of analysis. But unlike the characterology that's being that these dissident writers are acting into, whether they're millennial woes or Rams Paul or academic agent, this left ethno-nationalism isn't immune. In fact, it requires, if it's to be true to its non-Cartesian mandate, objective truth inquiries, factual inquiries, verification, verifiable, operational verifiability, and warranted assertability. A correspondence and a harmony with nature, not as opposed to a riveting unnatural fallacy. We are in the social realm, what Heidegger would call the authentic realm, the realm of white postmodern coherence, accountability, correctivity, agency, and warrant. Are Putin and Zelensky subject to the correctives of the native union's interests? No. Or the rules of international coalition? No. I'm moving through my notes still, and I'm seeing basically things that I've said already. As I said, I'm not telling people not to read with Orwell or listen to him. You can learn from him. I'm not I'm not trying to I'm not trying to vilify him or anything like that. I just think that he's mistaken about some things, and I have a better way. My platform is better than his. I'm sure it is. Oh, he was talking with this guy, Kane B. That's right. Marvel was talking to a guy named Kane B. And I don't know exactly remember how it came up. They were talking about oh yeah. He was saying Kane B was saying that that Arvel could be possibly mistaken in his well see Plato doesn't actually believe, as I recall, doesn't actually believe in evil. He just believes in ignorance. If you knew the good, of course you would do the good. People who don't do the good are just ignorant. King B, I think, argues against that. So and Arvel, for some reason, I don't exactly know why, is corresponding to good with pleasure. He's trying to align motivation. He's trying to reconstruct motivation to do the good. I see what he's doing there. And King B tries to raise the objection. Well, some people want pain for whatever reasons. Um, uh, and as such, they're moving away from adaptive fitness. Um, and Arvel, as I see it, and it seems to be based on a similar philosophical misconception as GW, is saying that if you only are aligned with the good and with adaptive, the good and adaptive fitness, um, everything would sort itself out necessarily. That you would, of course, you would not miscegenate. You would marry your kind and something like this, right? For some reason, Kane B fumbled and he didn't make the obvious argument. But they're both saying, Arvel saying that genetic systems seek to replicate themselves. But what Kane B should have been objecting is that there are genetic systems within our genetic systems which may be in conflict in certain overall contexts, such that okay, your daughter in a traditional society might see the fitness, the adaptive fitness of marrying another European guy. That might be clear to her in that context. However, in a different situation in America, when it's all mixed up, genetic systems within her might be saying, oh, I need to breed with a better athlete. I need some faster twitching muscle fibers, that sort of thing. And that's in the context adaptive. what this is going on to say and how it is superior to Arvel's platform is that we are engaging in the responsibility of praxeology, of the social world, of saying, well, yeah, okay, that might be adaptive in that situation, but that is not, we're looking after our system here, not that one that values a baseball player over a scientist, or a football player or a basketball player over a scientist. Okay, honey? This is what's adaptive here. So we can't just rely on universal alignment with pleasure to see our race through. That doesn't avail ourselves of the philosophical sophistication since Plato's time of the postmodern turn. And Cartesianism does have its infancy in Platon's, in the forms and their detachment from existence, right? And then became, further detached with Descartes. Mm-hmm. And Christianity is working in and through there too. And the postmodern turn, beginning with Vico and then moving through Heidegger, the hermeneutic turn, the postmodern turn, is bringing us back from that estrangement of the detached forms. Dasein, their being. Mitdasein, being amidst your people. A socialization. A centralization. Taking it back into Aristotle's praxis as the central view, not the pursuit of truth, as Arvel says that is his mainstay. No, this is very much a European thing, to put praxis at center. That's Aristotle, who, by the way, is the most revered figure by European peoples, even over Jesus Christ. And he should be. Okay. I think that I've said enough for now. There's some things that maybe I don't, whatever. What I'll do is I'll put the link in if anybody wants to join me. And they can. You can see the picture. You can tell it to my picture of my grandfather, Joseph Sienkiewicz. Foucault spent a couple of years in Uppsala, Sweden in the 1950s. He found it to be utterly boring. Well, it would be better than Uppsala College in East Orange, New Jersey. I'll say that. I think there's a few things that I got from Foucault. I like, the use of pleasure, biopower, those two things I take. Some of his titles are stark and brilliant of themselves. The Birth of the Clinic. That's a neat title. discipline and punish, and you know, some concepts of how institutions function can be interesting. But I never, I don't think he doesn't. He does not represent, even if he has some useful ideas, he does not represent postmodernity in what it's supposed to do, which is to facilitate the recentralization of praxis and the protection of our inherited forms and ways. This is what Heidegger was after. This is what anthropologists were recognizing as that which is being destroyed by the ravages of impervious modernity when they run roughshod over indigenous peoples, whether the primitives of Southeast Asia and, well, the kosher folks, I'm sure, recognized that this stuff was running roughshod over their interest as well. The link is there if somebody wants to join. Oh, we're going on 3 hours now, which is good. That means, you know, well within the StreamYard limits, but I won't be able to stream for another link, so it would be good to carry this on. As you see, this platform is better than the best of the best. It will carry you through. It will ensconce your best interests. More okay. What else is he saying about Foucault? He taught French and spent time researching in the university's library, which would later become his first book. They are dangerous. Peter North, the legend. Dename nations isn't serious. Yes, it is serious. It's very serious. Do I know Jonas de Geer? Like I said, it's a name that doesn't ring a little bell. It rings a bell, but I'm trying to remember what I knew of him. Was he a South African? I think that I have positive recollections associated with that name, but I don't recall exactly. I have a terrible memory anyway. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the guy necessarily. Yeah, the use of pleasure is another good title by Foucault. And just some things, some people, if they contribute one or two phrases, even it can be a lot. I think that's an important concept. Biopower. What better describes the difficulty, the mainly inarticulated difficulty of dealing with Africans in their some 250,000 years of pre-evolution. It's quantification and maxing out of masculinity. And people are going to go and say that that's easy for European peoples to deal with, and they're piddling 35,000 years or 40,000 years of differentiation, evolutionary differentiation from that. How's that going to be so easy to deal with? How are we at a disadvantage, you can say? At an advantage. I mean, it creeps me out when the people who hate us say that we're so advantaged and privileged over this, and then and they're pitting and they're tying our hands behind our back and saying don't discriminate against this. And here you're talking about hundreds of thousands of years of pre-evolution biopower. In some cases, it's just a slaughter. It freaks me out. So Arvel says that I don't want to say I don't want to straw man him saying he's putting his head in the sense of this communitarian idea, and but I am not keen on the idea of community building in that literal sense of face to face stuff. Um, I think it's a very much preferable to connect with people, much more preferable to connect with people online at this point. And the DNA nations concept is excellent as we bring our nation anywhere, or communities as we anywhere throughout the world. And instantiate our territory potentially anywhere. No, we don't want to intrude on what is obviously other people's nations, but that aside. It's highly flexible in a way that traditional communities are not. You're stuck there with what is liable to be a bunch of crazy people. I'm sorry. But if you, white people in particular, extremely prone to be beyond disagreeable, just totally crazy. And this is a way to guard against that. Just little gossipy, brutal hellscapes. Communities can be anything but good. I mean, that's like, the famous negative utopia of the idealists. Oh yeah, we're going to build these communities. It's like Jonestown. No. Nation is vastly superior. Too big for gossip. They can try, but it quickly becomes diffused as hey, what's your problem? Go mind your own business. The nation is a good size. Not the tribe, not the community. The nation is good. That's right. With its boundaries. And its magnificent scope in history. Yeah, the nation. Not the community. Little earthy, crunchy you need a bra, but you're not wearing one. Sorry, I shouldn't be mean. Um, you need to act like a human being, but you're an egomaniac, sociopath, community. Having said that, there does need to be some subsidiarity, but that's, yeah, that could be worked on. That's a detail. We're talking about, the hamlets, the neighborhoods. Nobody wants to talk? Come on. Well, it is Easter Sunday, right? I think that I have a few minutes left on my StreamYard. And once you have a few minutes left, then StreamYard doesn't shut you down. So I could maybe shut it down and then have another and have one more even lengthy podcast. But I'd rather not. I'd rather at this point I'd rather wait another week. Who wants to talk? As in not clerical and not ConOps. ConOps, you are one evil son of a bitch. You really are. You're a bad man. You can't even let people defend themselves, even if they're, no harm to other people. Not interested in exploiting them. You just have to show off to your slut girlfriend. And clerical, forget about it. I'm trying to think. This Peter North, the legend, is the same guy that years ago gave me a super hard time because I didn't love Nazi Germany and Hitler. I'm pretty sure there was a guy, Peter North, that was like who really hated me and said that it was stupid, it was bad, I'm this and that and the other thing. This was a little bit before it was as articulate as I am now as to why I recognize Hitler as bad, how it is that I see Hitler as bad, what for. Understood the history a little bit better and the stupid arguments that the pro-Nazis are making, and therefore the arguments that I shouldn't have to make, but have to make because they're not honest and they're assholes. Oh, but that brings me to this again to what's his name? Snorkel blog. This Swedish and a few other Northeastern European things. Guy married to a Japanese woman living in Japan. Very intelligent, but unfortunately, thinking that Hitler's a cool thing, or was right, or something like that, and that it likes Mein Kampf. It's a shame because, well, I think that I more than other people, I have a sense that he can possibly be brought around from that and to see, like, okay, let's put that aside because he's not the only one who understood the problem, and we don't need to for European peoples to be fighting one another. Um, Basically, that's the gist of it. But he really pointed out how the story of Joseph and the uh, escape from Egypt, uh, alleged servitude and escape from Egypt, um, provided a template. Very interesting. I won't go into it. That's exactly never mind. It caused him some trouble, that critique, but it was interesting, and he does have some incisive thoughts. I believe that I could work with. I should be able to work with him. I don't know. I'd like to bring him on board along with Mirth Baron and of course Per. Some of the ladies, if I can. If some of the ladies would be willing to talk, I could show them, how uh, gender relations can sort things out, um, considering uh, the histories of feminism and their concerns, and where they might have been right, where they might have been wrong, and how these things could be sorted out to where both genders can be accommodated in their interests quite well. Whether they're overcompensating modernists, reversing modernists, or preferring their traditional roles. Still nobody here who wants to join me in conversation. The link is there. It's Easter Sunday. It's pretty late here in Central Europe. It's past 12:30. So I make 11:30 at night in London. I guess for a Sunday that's pretty late. But that should be a good time in New York. It's 6:30 at night in New York City. 5:30 in Chicago. 4:30 in Denver, and 3:30 in San Francisco and Los Angeles. What time is it in Japan, where Snorkelborg is? I'd really like to talk to that guy. I don't have his email. But I guess everybody's on Telegram now. I did sign up for Telegram. I just never did anything with it. In terms of my tech, I am a border, even though I vehemently deny being classified as a boomer and insist, rightfully, that I'm among the first of the class of Generation Xers. In terms of my tech, definitely boomer tech here. So I'm like, Telegram? Ugh. Oh, I gotta move over to Odyssey now. It was traumatic enough to have to upload a lot of stuff over to BitChute. I'm gonna have to, what time is it in Japan, where Snorkelborg is? What time in Japan? 7:35 in the morning. I guess he's waking up. Maybe he's not up yet. He said, I mean, he said some profound things about, he's reflecting on his, he's got a Japanese wife and a Japanese kid. He's like, of course, I love this kid, but the fact is, and you know, my wife's parents don't see themselves in this kid. And what's worse, in a sense, they don't even care. And this is like a great tragedy. Something like that. He was saying, he was saying something like that. It was deep. It was painful to hear. And his own parents, equally, they don't see. They don't see themselves in this child. It's something else. Now, on a mass scale, which could happen, that is, of course, a huge problem and catastrophe. But one of the things I'd be so interested to talk to about someone like that, particularly regarding the DNA nations, is the fact that we can negotiate some of that and figure out, how much is too much, and what amount of Asian European admixture is non-toxic for theirs and for us. Again, when one of the profound and beautiful things about the DNA nations is that when to establish these kinds of things, what quantity and qualities do we need to maintain? I dare say much of the anxiety that causes all kinds of problems would be alleviated, greatly mitigated. I'm Earther. You want to come on to talk? I imagine Purr's busy with his, was busy with his family today. It's Easter. He will be with us. He will be joining us. And I'm like I said, I'm eager for Snorkelborg. I guess we, what is it? I guess we did. I tried to talk to Arvel, and the guy nearly hit my head off. And then I looked into where this guy's coming from, and I said, oh no. Okay. Number one, he's a Christian. Number two, he's wrapped up in just the glamour of his own philosophical wonderfulness. He wouldn't lower himself to speak to someone like me. I thought they was having a conversation with him. The guy said, "You can't explain yourself in 5 minutes. You ain't no good." Like, Jesus Christ! I thought that it was I thought that I was approaching a conversation. I thought that you were a Platonist and that you were going to engage in dialectic. Instead, I get a sophist competing against me and trying to render the worst interpretation into anything I can say. Some of the things that he said about what he's saying? It's ridiculous. Well, you're a identitarian. That's no good. I don't know. I don't use the word identitarian. What else did he say? Oh, never mind. He's a Christian, not for starters. And he believes in the logos, the one truth, the one universal philosophy for all. No thanks. What's up, Meredith? What's going on? How was your Easter? Are you still awake? Race is a category of the mind. Oh no, it's E. Michael Jones using Mirth Baron's avatar. Jeez. Knackered. Did you have some drinks? That's good. Enjoy it. Oh, there he is. Good. Hi, Mirth. How's it going?
Hello there. Good evening.
Good to see you there.
Yeah, you too. I've been listening for a little while. I had quite a busy day, and yeah, as I say, I was just shattered really.
No problem. Might want to check out the early part of the show later. It was like explaining some funny experiences I had. Have you seen this guy Arval? It's a philosophy PhD. He's clearly a genius. He probably is like a 160 IQ or something, but he's got it definitely wrong in some ways, and I go into that.
Oh, I haven't heard of him. I'll definitely listen to the show properly.
I came to him by way of Keith Woods. He had a conversation with Keith Woods called "Explaining Plato." This he fancies himself a Platonist, and he goes into all that. But it's not standardary. He knows a lot about a lot of philosophy and also mathematics and physics. He's definitely high-powered intellect, but he's also it's just in some ways he's off the mark. And the one interaction I had with him was almost pathological the way he treated me. But it doesn't matter. It's
Yeah, you can get. Sorry, I'm just moving my chair. You can get sort of people who are very well versed in a subject, but they don't like people questioning it, or they just really don't understand another point of view. I have found that in life.
Yeah, it's well. There's aspects of that going on there. As I said, there were good and bad reasons for him to respond to me negatively as he did. Uh, in one sense, you have to protect yourself. He apprehended wrongly, I would maintain, that um, I was treading dangerous waters by being explicit with the DNA nations and having moved in through association with some of the people that I have. You know, he didn't give me a chance to explain that I'm not associated with them anymore, and I reject some of the dangerous, socially stigmatic positions that they hold. I was didn't get a chance to explain that. Um, so that would, but him wanting to go an implicit uh, way of developing a school, a philosophical school for you know a community of people people who want to study and pursue and pursue whatever philosophical concerns. That could be um, then he doesn't want to put that at risk. You know, like all of us, he's experienced uh, infiltrators who are trying to subvert and rope innocent peoples into FBI schemes or whatever.
Oh yeah,
So,
glow in the dark stuff. Yeah.
so I could see him, being overly defensive in that regard, and a bit paranoid. In that sense, I can understand it. I could also see a bit of insecurity and defensiveness, especially when I started to unfold some of my ideas, and it began to see that I knew what I was talking about, maybe, and it was maybe like he felt like I was stepping on his toes, and he put on the bureaucratic obstruction, and so there were some bad aspects to it too. Um, he didn't, for a Platonist, he really wasn't engaging with any sort of dialectic with me. It was just sophistry. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, dude.
Did you chat publicly or on a stream or something?
In Skype privately.
Do you talk to a lot of people privately in Skype? Or
No, I don't. I'm just only recently in something more of like a mode of outreach and unfolding things that have been just incubating over a lifetime and through experience. Um, and I'm happy to see that they're holding up, even against someone like him. It's like a high powered intellect who's like him and Keith Woods. I mean, he's even you know got a few on Keith Woods in terms of the books that he's moved through and the parsing of these materials that he's capable of. That's kind of what we're talking about. You know, if you're impressed by Keith Woods, which anybody would be, then this guy. But that's the cool thing. Like I said, I'm seeing that this platform's holding up. So it's a good sign.
Good. I'm glad you're sort of testing it with people, if you like.
Yeah.
What like we were talking about last time about being on the radio. So what a shame you can't test it in the public arena on a more grand scale.
Well, I'm delighted and a bit surprised and flattered and just glad that you feel that way. And in a sense that we are, and I have an interlocutor such as yourself, and we have others joining in. I think that kind of thing will come about. That we will be we'll reach a broader audience.
I just
Um,
remember, the British Nationalist Party and Nick Griffin.
yeah,
This is going back a few years now.
yeah.
I mean, he'd be on. He was on Question Time. I think it was his largest appearance. I think, and it was a panel show in Britain, and it was just a witch hunt. It was just a witch hunt. He
It,
didn't.
it was he did. It usually he did. He was doing really well, and he kind of like he didn't handle that one particularly good. But it's easy to say. I've been in situations, as you know, that I didn't do well either. So I'm known to judge what it's like in the hot seat. But there's that one statement that he made in the United Nations or the European Union was brilliant. About the Kalergi plan.
Yeah, yeah, that was brilliant. My point about when he was on Question Time, it's so like when people see or hear these things like that we're talking about, that's really all they see a lot of the time is what they see in the mainstream media. So they'll see like people, yeah, just absolutely on the hot seat, just getting roasted and not necessarily performing at the top of their game.
It was a shame. It was, but then he also did himself a disservice with his association with Jack Sen, because that guy was definitely coming out of coming from the enemy camp.
Yeah, I think he also was treated Jonathan Bowden quite poorly, who was definitely like, I mean, and
That's not yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
he was like the intellectual powerhouse of BNP, really, and he was a brilliant orator. He could talk to like any sort of room in a way, and they'd listen.
I don't understand why he would do that. I mean, even I would. I've listened to Bowery again. Excuse me, Bowden again freshly recently, and not as enamored of him as it was not as how can I say this? Upon first hear, I do like him still, and I've never heard of anybody who articulates the malevolent psychology of a Marxist better than him.
Oh yeah, he understood Marxism. I would argue.
Yeah, but again, he was like an early adopter of this characterology of the left that I'm talking about, because that marketing scheme was already going online, so he wasn't functioning on that meta level. Although brilliant as he was, and I'm not saying by any means that Nick Griffin should have been criticizing him, and I can't understand why he would. Why would he? What did Nick Griffin say about him or do? Do
There was some. I think if I recall correctly, because obviously I was just a very sort of young man at the time, really, but or even actually a teenager. Yeah, but I think there was an MP called Jonathan Bowden who was involved in some type of child scandal, and I think he was trying to sick Bowden on that. And there was other stuff.
I was trying to associate Jonathan Bowden with that.
This is what I read online a while back, so it's not a bit hazy, but he didn't. Apparently, he didn't manage it very well. He just wasn't a very good leader, really. And then now he's in more recent times. He's in Hungary or Poland. I think Hungary, and he's saying like emigrate. He's saying just
Oh
leave.
yeah.
Gary Moordoff did a brilliant video about that. About like if we all just in Britain like left. Like
Oh
what
yeah. I
what
I I did I
meant
did
to
yeah.
us. We would be viewed as just like as cowards, and maybe it was like a fifth column.
Yeah. Is he siding with Russia too? Is he one of those guys, Nick Griffin?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't followed him.
Probably is.
Is he on Twitter? A lot of these people get banned, but who knows?
I think I know he's following me on Twitter. He's one of the bigger names that's following me on Twitter.
Interesting.
Um,
What do you think about
but
Elon Musk wanting to buy Twitter?
what's that?
What do you think about Elon Musk wanting to buy Twitter? Have you heard about that?
I've never followed Elon Musk closely. I don't know, and
Well, the gist of it is that he wants it to be, I don't know a literally absolutist, but basically a free speech platform, and he wanted to buy the company. Uh, it's a few days since I've checked up on it, but yeah, he was quite an interesting proposal, and obviously he has the capital, as far as I know. He's a very wealthy.
probably not going to be any worse. But I've been rolling right along with my Twitter, using it basically as a mainly as a vehicle to post imagery, and the second half of the 14 words, beautiful European women, a lot on my Twitter feed is what I use it for. And so I'd have 6 images up there at a time, not all of them with, pretty girls, but sometimes. And Claire Caw was following me, and she complained. And she complained. And so, it's like, well, we would appreciate if you'd not display your hunger so much. And I was like,
well, she wants in a burqa. She wants like burqas in a wheat field.
So what I did was I the particular tweet that she complained about was PJ Harvey. The singer PJ Harvey?
Yes, yeah.
And she's wearing a shirt and no bra. You could see her, her nipples pointing through, but it wasn't like, anything. She wasn't naked or anything. And I like PJ Harvey. I like, I just kind of like her personality and her style of music. And okay, there were a few other pictures of like semi-naked women among art and architecture and scenes of nature. But Claire Caw commented on that particular, in that picture in particular of PJ Harvey, and said, I'd appreciate if we would, no, I think she used the royal we. We would appreciate if you wouldn't show your thirst quite so much. And I was like, who the fuck is? So I put up, because, so I said, what I commented, I said, I indeed have a thirst and a hunger for PJ Harvey like women, particularly given the fact that there are very few gals of her kind around who share an affinity, a mutual respect with Captain Beefheart. Because indeed, Captain Beefheart never, I don't know if you know who he is, he's a friend of Frank Zappa's, was crazy.
Going back a bit, isn't it?
Yeah. But he was a friend of Captain Beefheart's, and he didn't call anybody, but he called PJ Harvey to say that, hey, I admire your work. And PJ Harvey's parents liked Captain Beefheart, so she grew up with some of his records and was influenced by him. But there's a sort of a very unusual avant-garde mutual admiration there, which added to my appreciation of PJ Harvey, which of course Claire Cole would know nothing of. It's just like, or dare you post this picture of this woman that blah blah blah. So I added that, and then I put up a picture of Captain Beefheart's Trout Mask replica album. Which, the funny thing, there's a trout mask and a I don't know. I think it's a badminton thing. What do you call the thing you hit in badminton? Butterfly?
Puck, is it? PUTK. Badcock. Yeah, Badcock.
So that's sitting on top of a trout's head, as if and then or something, and then there's a top hat and a coat, and that's the cover of the album. And there's a song in there called Ella Garou, and it's a really It's a pretty neat song. It's crazy. The crazy as all get out. And I was just trying to really get away from to show that my concern, in essence, is largely radically artistic. You know, with PJ Harvey and her connection to Captain Beefheart, he's just like famous. He's, tries to be weird and is weird, but in an artistic way. So I posted the lyrics of Ella Guru. Here she comes walking, looking like a zoo. Hayella Guru. And now, those are clever lyrics in the sense that Hayella was the word in the Texan South for a mulatto, a mixed black white was called a Hayella.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
So Hayella, but I posted that and I said because I was angry with her, and I used Trout Mask Replica in the same way with Carolyn Yeager back in the day when she was giving me a hard time. It's like, I was like, here, I'm doing this for Carolyn. So here, this is for you, Claire Call. Not realizing that she would take that personally. Like I was talking, here comes Claire Call walking, looking like a zoo. Ayala Guru. I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. But she would definitely think that. And, it's a funny thing to say to somebody who's kind of mixed and maybe not all that, I don't know, not exactly the Aryan beauty, let's say.
Yeah.
So I put that up there, and I posted the song and a PJ Harvey song before thinking about it, that Claire was going to see me as saying, "Oh, you're ugly" or something. And suddenly on my Twitter, I can't display the 6 pictures that I had anymore. And I really liked that because I was making myself like a gallery impresario, that I would be able to display 6 pictures at a time of some really good artists. There's this guy, Martin Borken or something like that from Norway. And there's this Czech lady who also takes these brilliantly artistic photographs that I'll sometimes, kind of exhibit. And I don't know, I can't say if it's from Claire's complaint alone, but at least for the time being, I've lost that capacity. And it's a shame because I was promoting some work of some really good artists, and
Shadow band, by the sound of it.
Yeah, and it might have happened because of her. As I was talking to the other time, I had a complaint of this one lady Zedaz, who's functioning in and out of these dissident right circles. She's functioning as a moderator on Semiagog's streams. She's in and out of some of the other better known streams, but she also complained, like I said, when I posted a picture of some pretty woman in her underwear or something. I can be insensitive, and I can stand corrected if I'm seen as someone who should be is responsible for the full ecology of Europeans. It's true. It's but I came in there looking like I was basically representing people like me when I was younger. White guys who are beleaguered and are soldiers, so to speak, and needing a morale boost and inspiration in the 14 words, i.e. the second side, because the beauty of the white Aryan woman does not perish from the face of the earth. It inspires me anyway.
Definitely.
Yeah.
it's what I think. Because I don't know enough about the Twitter algorithm, but I'm assuming someone probably with not many followers like yourself, you're not going to pop up on the front page. Like you're really going to have to sort of seek someone out essentially, or at the very least follow them to sort of see this type of content. Um, I do wonder if they don't like it, well, why are they following you then?
Um, well, this Zedaz woman, she was following me. The people would know me from having been around these circles, albeit marginalized, for a while now. But she's like got a chip on her shoulder about guys. She's obviously had some bad experiences. So I don't know about her personally. Um, and Clara Call, I think that she's like Conops. It's like I don't maybe a self adopted assignment, or maybe she actually is put up to it by other people to uh, track me and give me a hard time. Uh, as a, like we were saying.
Possibly. She wanted me to come on. She has a stream apparently, and she wanted me to come on. I haven't as of yet, but I'm sort of apprehensive about it, to be honest.
Well, uh, I think for you it's harmless. For me, it's a waste of time. You know, it could be just a waste of time. But the bad thing about it is that she's a diversion and a destructive force, and she shouldn't be given oxygen. The thing is that she wants to make gender into the central issue when you know race and the boundaries of our people are the central matter. Uh, and she's always calling everybody anti-Semitic, and saying that people are obsessed with this and whatnot. And I think even worse, he tries to trip people up and to get them into positions that can be subject to some kind of penalty.
Yeah, I did get a sense of that from when she come on, or some of her comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I often use the term good and bad actor. I don't think she's a good actor.
No, she's
If I,
not.
if I had to make a judgment call.
She's not. And I was saying, uh, her not only does she have the nerve to try to impose a moral order on European peoples. I mean, for goodness sake, um, she really does. She's quite ignorant, and she is always gaslighting about, oh, you're not making yourself clear. She says it to everybody. It found out. She said it to Joel Davis. I said this at the beginning of the show. She said about Joel Davis that, oh, here was Joel Davis saying that, um, talking about the managerial revolution, the managerial class, when he can't express himself clearly. What he means to be talking about is the feminist takeover. How stupid or ignorant, stupid. Everybody knows that if Joel Davis is talking about the managerial class, he's talking about Burnham. He was the one talking about that. This like transformed Marxist that who influenced Sam Francis and so many others. Um, Ridiculous. And she's saying that he can't make himself clear, which just added to what I already knew, that when she was telling me that I'm not making myself clear, that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's not honest.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I agree with you broadly speaking. I don't know. I don't think I'd go on a stream. You know, even if it's like if she has like a bigger audience, which I don't think she does. I'm not sure I could really do. I'm not sure I could really deal with it. To be honest.
Oh, she only screwed up people would swim with her on a regular basis. I mean, you can do it to sharpen your chops because she'll let you talk for a while. That's part of her game. You know, you'll be able to say some things, but then in the end, she'll try to introduce her stuff and say that uh, white men are not acting like men, and they've got to reinstall the patriarchy, and you need secular Quranism and all this shit, and it's like, and how come you can't understand it? It's ridiculous, and she won't stop it.
Yeah, secular Quranism.
a,
It's almost
a grand total of one adherent, clerical.
it's almost kitsch, isn't it? It's almost like a comedy sketch or something.
Yeah, yeah, totally ridiculous.
The guy who as I was sort of semi-asleep, but sort of listening to beginning with S, Snort something who lives in Japan. We were talking about him.
Oh yeah,
It was interesting what you were saying about these statements about the Japanese family saying how they don't really view his child as their family really, and I can understand that because I mean Japan hasn't had mass immigration, um, and you go through all their family books and it's just a continual line of Japanese. You get onto the next page and there's this sort of like there's this European guy. It's like, hey,
you got to hear him talking about it. He's very deep in his explanation of it. I think it was on Millennial Woes that he's discussing that, but he also had this brilliant discussion of the story of Exodus and how that became a template of how it is that the chosen folks are pseudo oppressed and how it is that they really, you see in this story how they're actually oppressing others because what happened is that somehow this one kosher god Joseph became cryptically identified as one of them, as a pharaoh, as an Egyptian, and somehow I don't know if embezzled is the word, but took all of the wheat crops. He somehow came into control of all the wheat crops and stored it away, and there came a famine and of the Egyptians, and they're all dying. And he was at that time he was selling the wheat back to the Egyptians, and they they were to look upon him as their salvation, right? And then there came what it was, the backlash, the vengeance, and the Jews were supposedly the servants, right? Enslaved in Egypt, but then why would they have to put lamb's blood over their house doors to designate them as different from the Egyptians if they were a different class of people? They were living, in other words, they were living right alongside them. They weren't any different than the other Egyptians. The Egyptians weren't living better than they were.
I don't know much about that period, although I'm sure it's probably quite important.
Yeah, but this is like, this analysis is saying that this is nonsense, that they were oppressed, when in fact they were, in this very telling instance of Joseph taking all of the wheat and then selling it back to them, they were the oppressors. Anyway, so it was He's much more articulate of it, but that's just part of the reason why I'd like to talk to him. He's he's keen on all this, this question that we're involved with here. Except, he's got, he's, yeah.
No, that's all interesting.
He's still with, unfortunately, he's still down with Uncle Adolf. So I have to try to explain to him why maybe that's not how that's maybe I would say an epistemological blunder that's going on there. But that's for another day if we can talk to him. I also think he's good because I think it's actually good that he's married to a Japanese woman, because I really want to try to bring aboard in that perspective. Like I said, if we can't get Kumiko back, then maybe he has some connections to bring on board there. Definitely.
It's worth a shot. I mean, I don't know about these latest generation of Japanese, but certainly historically they've been ethnocentric. You could very easily argue.
Well, I mean, we're not hoping for great numbers to begin with. We get even just a few to start. There must be.
It'd probably be easier to attract sort of Japanese people to these ideas rather than your average European on the whole.
And if
But I could be wrong about that.
I think you're right. And if Kumiko is any example, they were, well, of course, not only are they extremely intelligent, but they criticizing Christianity as an oppressive thing is second nature to most of them. They're really good in that respect. They can discuss in magnificent detail just how onerous that Christianity is.
Yeah, Chris. I mean, I almost sort of don't want to kind of bang on about it, but it's done a lot of damage, not just to us, but to the world. I'd argue, really.
Who's Born Again Harapan? Is it? Born Again Harapan, if you're a good guy, you can join the conversation. Norvin usually says hey like that, so if it's Norvin, he can come on.
Norvin doesn't. I don't think he normally changes his name though. Does he?
No, that's true. He doesn't normally change his name.
Remember where I was in Tasmania of all places, and I met a bloke there.
Were you really? You were in Tasmania?
Well, I went. Wow. My brother lives in Australia, and
lucky guy.
And I thought, all right, I'll go to Tasmania on my own for a week.
Sure.
And I was down there in Hobart, and which is really the sort of only city there. It's not. It's a small town. It's really nice, and it's pretty white as well. But there was a teacher, I think it was, if I recall correctly. He was a gay guy as well. But he was telling me in a pub. He went to Japan, and he went. I think it was to the north, and he met a bloke, and he was quite. He was sort of chatting to him because he'd never seen a white person before. He'd only ever seen television. I mean, it's almost like you almost laugh, but it's like there are some places in the world where they have been almost untouched really by globalism.
That's great to hear. I'm impressed, man. I'm about to. I think before it's too late for me, I want to do a world trip. I'm trying to come up with a bucket list of places to see. Hobart, that's wild. Tasmania. Did you see the Tassie Devil? Those are cute animals.
Yeah, no, I didn't. They're pretty endangered now, aren't they?
I don't know, but they really are cute little things.
I can't remember what it was called. Pictures.
Oh, that extinct one animal too, right?
Yeah, it was a dark canine-like creature. I think did it only exist there? It had stripes on it, if I recall.
Yeah, it was partially striped animal. That's a shame that it was alive so recently and didn't make it. I hate that.
they had really decent gun laws as well, but there was a massacre. I think a guy killed something like 16 people or something like that, and it's like known. It's like that, ominous event, and since then, the gun laws are basically like most of Europe.
Oh. So Hobart's like a little. It's like a small town.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to have a cathedral, don't you, to call it a city? Yeah, it's basically like the main township, but because it's so small, the island is so small, it's not very big at all. You can walk around it in sort of less, a day or less.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that. You're seeing it on the map. I wouldn't think you could walk around it in a day.
Oh, so I'm talking about Hobart, the actual
Hobart.
island. I don't think you do the
Oh
island.
yeah. I can imagine in Hobart you could. Yeah. That's good though.
It's just
Are there pretty girls there, or are they all just kind of like big farmers' daughters kind of thing?
I'd say a bit of a mix, really. I'd say. You get a lot of English tourists as well, British people out there. Sort of. They have these. I don't know if they changed it now, but they used to have where you could come over for it was a 3-month visa, so you could come over and do a bit of work or what have you.
I know that New Zealand has some beauties. I remember we had Delwyn Mahler up at Amherst, Massachusetts when I was there. Her sister, she was from New Zealand, and her sister had won the should have won the Boston Marathon the year that Rosie Ruiz jumped out of the crowd and at the last minute and claimed the title falsely in front of her, but she was quite a physical specimen, and her sister obviously, and she was from New Zealand, so I know that they have some amazing Aryans down there.
Yeah, my brother lived there, and he can attest to that as well.
How did he get down there? Is he like a scientist or something?
No. He's mostly sort of. He's actually relatively skillful. He's been doing balcony flooring and all sorts. But no, he basically just left Britain.
I see. He's a drug dealer. No.
Different. He wanted to earn money. You can earn quite a lot out there, particularly if you have a trade.
Cool.
Yeah, I went over.
I guess it's pretty cold there.
Depends on the time of year. So he's in Melbourne. He's in Australia. Actually, he used to be in Melbourne. He's not anymore. But Melbourne's like quite. It's sort of almost like the London of like Australia. It's kind of like it's a lot. There's like a lot of Chinese. It's actually quite nice and quite clean. They have trams as well, which is I really miss. I really wish we had more trams.
Yeah. Well, Chinese, yeah, a lot of them that would be bad. It's better than other things, though. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's yeah, but you find that in these days, don't you? In the sort of globalist paradigm, you find like a lot of cities are sort of less distinguished than they used to be. Let's say.
Oh yeah, and there's that. If you go to the United States, every city's got the same franchises. Here's the Starbucks. Here's the Crown Books. Here's the.
Yeah, it's right. It's not right. Yeah. There's some stunning architecture in Australia, by the way. Like really, like beautiful kind of. I guess some would be neoclassicist, all sorts. But yeah, really.
I believe it. I was really when I watched some of Luke Ford's streams when he was walking around Sydney. It's like I was really surprised how beautiful it is. It's like, dude, why do you live in Los Angeles? This is equally as beautiful without all the craziness that's going on in Los Angeles.
It was a shame about Los Angeles and the urban sprawl, wasn't it? Really.
Well, it's a shame about California. It's like maybe the most beautiful state, and it's like, and not only that, in terms of resources, it's extremely precious. Why, I can't I almost can't understand why everybody's so eager to be rid of it. Oh, let them go. It's all those crazy liberals out there. Well, yeah, but first of all, it's got all these uh, all these crops and all these natural gas, and then there's the natural beauty of Yosemite, the redwoods, and the Southern California coast, Malibu, and um, Carmel, and where does Robert Stark live? Um, just this like San Diego and palm trees. It's just a great shame to lose that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I can understand why people, they're sort of like they have the crush the urbanite view, and they sort of they're talking about like going to like sort of more urban area, sort of more rural places, and sort of
Oh
organize
yeah,
more.
you got to escape now. It's overwhelming apparently. I mean, parts of Los Angeles, just like what's it, Figueroa Street, nothing but prostitutes and people living in tents and smoking meth and whatnot. It's a
Public.
hellscape,
Yeah,
shitting all over the streets, and it's insanity.
it's like that, and then the disparity to the more affluent parts of LA, isn't it? It's like how did this happen? How is this?
But then again, yeah, but then again, that's always been an extreme awkwardness that people outside of America didn't realize, because I grew up with that situation in Montclair, New Jersey, where I was from. It's a city that is on the east side of the Watchung Mountains, which are the extreme easternmost part of the Appalachian Mountains that go from Georgia up to Maine. And at the west end of Montclair is at the top of this eastern edge of the Watchung Mountains, overlooking New York. And on Upper Mountain Avenue is all these like fabulous mansions. Some of them English tutors imported piece by piece from England and faithfully restored, and stone mansions and whatnot. And a few steps away, a hop, skip, and a jump away, and you're in East Orange, New Jersey, which is nothing but blacks everywhere, and just um, it's science fiction. And the juxtaposition of this fabulous wealth next to that, this East Orange, which is, and Irvington, these places which are really scary. They really are really alien. Um, yeah, it's always been extremely uncomfortable situation. And then the rest of Montclair is kind of like upper middle class, and then normal working class, but still like kind of like, oh, we're nice white people living in amidst parks and winding streets and wonderful architecture and old trees, and there right next door, or on the bad side of the tracks, even in Montclair, or some of that, and the biggest taboo is to discriminate against that, and this is like you know you're growing up in extremely uncomfortable circumstances.
Well,
Um,
you're growing up
go
in
on.
a hostile regime that wants to get rid of you, basically, and that
Absolutely,
it shows you how inorganic all this is. I would
you're
argue.
right. You're right.
For all groups, for all parties, I'm concerned. Obviously, we're most concerned about us, but the other groups as well. It's like this is not correct. This is not good soup, to use an old expression.
However, one thing that people don't understand is that even though blacks might be ill-suited and resent some of the civilizational uh, advances that exist around them, nevertheless, they are catered to for their difference, and they have been there in the United States for hundreds of years, and they know the ropes, and they know the ropes. They know how to use the system to gain the system. To They are facilitated where like many whites are just like at a loss and on their own and not functioning as a group and don't know. They're not all. Some of them are coming to America more recently, haven't been there for hundreds of years. So it's even though it's not, arguably not good for them, in a way it is, and uh, their advantages are not recognized. I mean, think about it. A lot of them are on welfare and basically not having to fret about the basic things, the basic necessities of life. Whereas average working white guy, he's having to devote his mentality, his thinking to paying attention to these boring and trivial details about how to make his boss's operation work correctly, and fretting about making enough money to get by to pay his mortgage or his rent or his car payment or whatever, and thinking about that stuff, not about his ethnic genetic interests. Whereas the blacks actually are thinking about their ethnic genetic interests, they're free to think about it because they're paid for, the kids are paid for, and if it's not welfare, it's a cushy government job in the post office or driving a city bus with Cadillac benefits and retirement. Definitely, those kinds of jobs are overrepresented by blacks.
Yeah, I've heard that. No, those are all very interesting points. Um, I mean, let's say like that wasn't the case, though, just to be a bit more nuanced. If that wasn't the case, and we were sort of we had more free time, do you think that the white people would be more ethnocentric? Do you think they'd sort of realise how badly they're being sort of harmed?
Well, they'd at least be free to think about it. Yeah, I think it would certainly help in them to focus on what's important and not if they weren't just desperate for their survival. Um, and again, some of it though is not desperation. Some of it is like the story of the pursuit of um, actualization and a human potential movement kind of thing. Um, that's partly also not only driven by the American uh, narrative, but by um, the situation of hypergamy and incitement to genetic competition. Yeah, um, but it's huge stress. I mean, in America, you almost feel like you shouldn't sleep because you should be working or something, doing something to make money.
Well, that's no way to live, is it?
Mm-mm, definitely not.
Yeah,
And
no, I don't
but
know.
people sitting on top of that pyramid are making a lot of money off those people who are desperately trying to fulfill their dreams and getting caught up in cycles of debt.
Oh, debt. Well, that's in one word. If you had to choose one word, probably that would describe our financial system. It's debt-based units. Um, all fake, really. It is essentially fake. It's very complicated when you get into it, but it's maddening. I try and be cool-headed about it, but I end up getting a bit not triggered is the wrong word, but it's all indignant.
Yeah, these obscene rates of interest. And Americans, they're having to take out have these student loans that can't be defaulted on. It's brutal. Whereas the black kids will go to school for free and have tuition and have uh, not always, but often go to school for free and get all kinds of scholarships and whatnot. Again, it's the idea that they are at a disadvantage is more than dubious. And then you add the fact that, as I was saying before, 250,000 years of evolution prior to European differentiation. I was saying, like I was talking about Foucault's notion of biopower applying to them. They're not necessarily at in all situations, they're not necessarily at a disadvantage at all. It's quite a daunting situation that a lot of white guys are up against. It really is.
Was it Patrick of the Killing Field? He said that whites. I can't remember what he said before that. He said he finished it with whites view other whites as competition.
Yeah, I think he's right about that. That was a keen insight. He's a very intelligent guy, and that was one expression of his keen intelligence. Yes.
I remember certain things people say, and I just remember that really that just stuck in my head. It was like, yeah, this guy gets it. I feel like
yeah. Sometimes when a smart guy nails an idea, it will resonate, as that one did. Yeah, me too. When he said that, it's true. But that is white people following the those modernist narratives, objectivist narratives of their own interests in Cartesian detachment from their people, and acting like right wingers and neoliberals and liberals.
I hope it's that or something like that, because if it's
it is that. It is that. I mean, but
we're shagged basically.
But there is, I mean, the way to handle, there's these people who are indifferent and unresponsive to the fact, to their indebtedness, really, because they are, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, indebted to other people for whatever success that they have. They're viewing others as competitors is certainly antisocial. And you see, so the corrective is here in this kind of platform. And the reason for accountability and how it is that they're not accountable, that they don't see themselves as accountable, and how they might be held to account, and not see others necessarily as competitors. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but when other people do band together, do unionize, so to speak, that's when they can begin to look at these overly competitive types who are becoming antisocial, becoming sociopathic, who are pursuing their own individual interests to actualization, so to speak, self-actualization, to the point where it ruptures the group system, ruptures the homeostasis and puts it into runaway, goes into reflexive reversal, causes social aberration. This is the means to balance that off and to provide and to enact correctivity. That's so Patrick. He's articulating a very real problem, but it's it's not something that doesn't have a potential remedy and prescription.
Oh, good. Yeah, I hope I certainly hope that's the case.
It's hard though. It is. I mean, Patrick is a perfect example of someone who's extremely difficult to deal with. I don't even, even though he was darn nice to me, surprisingly, the last time he talked to me, I don't even like really hold out great hope that I'll be able to to work with him in a productive way. And not that I don't hope for the best for him, and that not that wouldn't be fine with me, but it just people are so white people are so individualistic, competitive, that it's difficult. This is one of the things that I was saying about, that I was criticizing Arvel about, with his communitarianism, that he's going to build these communities. Or Rams Paul says the same thing. Oh, you should build your communities. I'm not a pessimist. I'm not a skeptical person, but I don't, when it comes to building communities and making these different personalities work together, in real life situations, the egos, the gossips, the egos, the gossip, the narcissistic personality disorders, the sociopaths, forget it.
And in these circles, you will get that kind of carbuncle, that sort of blend of all that shit. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think it's easier and more promising to try to coordinate with people online and try to function, to form our unions and our alternative nations online, at least to begin with. I mean, obviously we can instantiate in real life from there, and hopefully, but you can deal with people easier, get away from them if you have to easier, sort them out, connect with them easier. I think it's the better way than what Arvel was proposing.
Yeah, there's a lot of negatives and positives. It's probably both, as you really is what you want ultimately. But
I agree. I'm not saying people shouldn't do that, shouldn't try, and I wish you well, but I just, whether it's this generation or the next, I think that, and I'm not saying it's all going to wind up like Jim Jones and what was that town in Guyana? Jonestown.
Oh, the cult who you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't. I don't think that's going to happen all the time, but it's going to be. You're going to be involved with weird people. It's especially talking about the kind of thing that Arvel is. Christ is the avatar of God on earth. Give me a break.
the great universal, isn't it? This, let's all worship Yahweh and get on with it. It's very frustrating. Uh,
It is, and even if he thinks that he is staving off um, apocalypse, in talking about it and looking upon Israel as the great evil that he does, he's kindling a Armageddon narrative there, and um, well, just the universalism of it, and the idea of one unifying philosophy.
it,
I can't abide by that. Like, and the universal, this one example is very important. Universal maturity. It was like Philip Rushton saying that Asians have a different rate of maturity and sublimation. Africans have a different rate of maturity and sublimation. White guys have a different rate of maturity and sublimation, and it's so important to recognize that and to respect that difference, to not universalize it. Our guys are going to get trashed in their best aspects leveled. Our creativity, our intelligence. A lot of it springs from the fact that we don't just ooga booga go for the whole. That we're not based on episodes and moments. We're sublimated to think about relationships over over a lifespan, and we're case selectors, and it's so. This is exactly the kind of reason why, for the postmodern turn against modernity and its universalizing. For example,
it's something I never really thought about too much about different maturity rates. I'd read that because of chemicals in plastic or some plastics, BPA, xenoestrogens, they mimic estrogen, and so that girls are maturing faster and men are much more feminine and it's causing all type of biological problems. But that's an interesting point.
well, that's something that was Philip Rushton was, and he was I don't know, but a friend, a colleague of Kevin McDonald.
Fair enough.
But he was a scientist who was doing who was studying racial differences, and this is one of the important ideas that he'd come up with, and I think he was talking about that, and in terms of the R and the K selection, and so these are important differences which. Like I said, it's so important for us to have borders and boundaries so that we can protect our natural rate of maturity and our just different kind of masculinity. Like I was saying to you last time, it's we're not like blacks, and we shouldn't try to be. It's pathetic when you see these wiggers trying to emulate blacks. It just
I hate that, Daniel. I don't use I hate that. And isn't it interesting that the regime promotes that type of culture and the worst type of black culture as well? Like, for instance, they don't really promote a lot of old jazz, which is mostly black to my understanding. Which I actually quite like a lot of the old stuff.
Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
An evil thing to do to our people, really. I was just going to say about Christianity, and there's so much you can say about it, but ultimately,
which is universalizing,
it's a spiritual globalism, and that's what people need to understand.
And imperialism, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The vehicle of that, definitely.
It's quite different for say a population to, for whatever reason, to choose to worship such a thing and build churches or whatever. That's very different to a case where you have groups coming in and either forcing it or promoting it, whether it's missionaries or what have you. That happened a lot with the British colonial period, you'd have missionaries.
Yeah.
Many of them performing these incredible acts of walking from the sort of west to east coast of Africa or vice versa, spreading the gospel and this type of thing.
And coming back to the Japanese again, they're very much aware of this.
Well, the Japanese case is interesting because they were not only a relatively advanced society, but they only opened up to the West under military duress, to my understanding. Maybe a bit economic, probably as well. They weren't they were forced. They didn't choose to sort of
Right, under MacArthur and yeah. But there's still, though, beneath it, there's this simmering ethnocentrism and resentment that needs that hopefully can be channeled properly, so that it would see the innocence of us, if I may, left ethno-nationalists who are in sync with them and in sympathy with them, and we're not the kind of people who would be at war with their ethno-nationalism and trying to impose imperialistically Christianity or any other universalistic gobbledygook against their interests. So, yeah, but like I had a real difficult time though trying to get Kumiko to see to see not only the innocence of my position, but the value of cooperating with it. Well, she would hear like someone like Silver, this guy who used to be at Majority Rights, saying, "Oh, we all hate you, Japanese, and you should know that." And she would believe that this is, he was representing white people, and he wasn't at all. He wasn't even white. He was like kind of like, I don't know, part Turkish and part Levantine, and he was saying partly European, trying to screw us up.
Well, that's a problem with being anonymous and being online is in many oftentimes you could be talking to anyone, I'm really concerned that with enough technology, say like all this has been recorded or could be recorded, it's put through an algorithm, and our voices could be made to say anything, someone could come on here to say like the FBI, it's a little bit far-fetched, but bear with me. Come on, use my avatar, use my name. They've got this advanced speech sort of algorithm, and they could have me saying literally whatever, or thereabouts.
I guess they could, but there's not only sounds of voice. There's also a history of the kind of things that you say, and logical constructions of your kind of person and perspective that would provide a strong argument against that. I mean, don't get me wrong. If they want to get me, you, or anybody else, they can. That's just that. It's like if they have it in for you, they'll put you under the bus. They can convict a ham sandwich.
Have you seen the deep fake technology? Have you seen that?
No.
It's where it's pretty crude now, but it won't be after a time, where they'll have a sort of a video image, and they'll due to whatever technology, they'll impose or superimpose. They'll have someone's face, but on the original person's face, and it's like this at the moment. It's like quite crude around the edges, and it's not quite right. But yeah, they'll get there, and we will sort of enter this, if you like, kind of hyper reality in this situation where we don't know what's real. When you turn on the television, it'll literally be a hologram. It's just the type of world that we're heading into. It's disturbing.
England is really really sounds bad in particular.
They
Maybe not as bad as Russia, but it sounds bad. You can't. It sounds like you can't say anything if somebody interprets you as insulting their group.
they have deliberately made these so-called hate speech laws very ambiguous, so people are treading on eggshells. Now, it's very interesting. People don't talk about this, don't talk about it in the news, about what is hate, who defines hate, to what degree, and this type of thing. It's very sad.
Really creepy.
The law situation we're in, and the sort of the culture that we have now. You know, it's like when they
It's Orwellian indeed, or Kafkaesque. It just. I mean, I don't know. We don't even have a sci-fi word for it. It's worse than that.
it's dystopian, yeah.
Dystopian.
You know, it's like when they you know, David Stark, who was talking about this, is sort of like an old conservative.
Oh yeah.
About when they tore down Colston statue in Bristol.
Oh yeah.
A lot of black people here have literally nothing to do with slavery, or like very few links. You know, like very minor. You know, but they've taken on this sort of ideology and politics from the States where they view themselves as that. And it's an absurdity, but because the entire regime is behind them, and because they're so hostile to us and what and our interests, some of them, not all of them, some of them believe it. So it's weird. I mean, it's a broad spectrum. Some of them are actually quite patriotic. You know, some of them are kind of quite or kind of neutral. You know, but the ones who go along with this, you know, they think they're being oppressed. It's the end. It's what. But, you know, but when you try and explain this to your average person, you have to go into like the media and what's going on there, and psychology and different types of philosophies and Marxism and all this, and it's like it's too much. It's, you know, you end up just looking like a crackpot. Really, I think I've definitely had that experience personally.
I'm sorry to laugh.
No, it's not. It is. It shouldn't. It's funny in a way. You know, I get it. It's you know, it's like the adverts of the classic one. It's like, you know, why is it always a black man and a white woman for the most part? Why?
Because they know it destroys your mind. It's like it's torture. That's why.
You go into more detail, and it's like, how is it that every marketing sort of campaign and essentially almost every company, or certainly ones that get large enough, have this? Like how did this happen? Like what's the structure behind this? What's really going on here? You know.
Well, we know.
It's just like you and I know what's going on. You and I understand the mentality and who's doing it, but I don't think your average person does. So when I go out into the real world, I try and probe people like this. You know, I ask them kind of questions.
Oh, cool.
Like that, and just to get them thinking, because I can try and tell them or tell them, but that they won't necessarily want to hear it. You know.
Tell me, I mean, this is a terrible digression, but I forgot to ask you about because I think I heard it. You were mentioning that academic agent, this Iranian guy, had said something derogatory about the Irish.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? It was in a stream. I was subscribed to him maybe about last year or so, roughly. And he was. I think he was referencing some scientists or data, and he was saying, well, you know, are the Irish really white? And I just thought, you know, basically in my ancestral homeland, or, you know, Isles.
And he was treating this semi-seriously. He
was serious, yeah. And I just thought, like, I'm being lectured by a half Iranian guy about whether I'm European or not. Fuck off, bro. That's what you're talking about.
Well, that would piss me off too, especially being Irish, because I don't know uh, if you'll contest this or not, but in as much as it's true, I see it as a profoundly good thing. The last of the genetic data that I heard of, the Irish are largely of Basque descent, not even, which are like the oldest among the oldest Europeans that there are. So it's profound. Like 41,000 years old. There's no, and that, in as much as that's true, that they're the most European, the most white people that there are. They're like 41,000 years old.
That's interesting. Do you know what data set that was, or who did that study?
No, but I don't think it'd be too hard to Google. I think it's pretty well established that they said no. It was something like no, they're not exactly Celts. They're actually Basque or something. There was some distinction there that made, and it made sense to me. There was a corroborating piece of evidence, anecdotal perhaps, of my own experience when I went to the Basque territory in Spain. I was like looking at these people. I was like, hey, they're kind of like white. They almost look like Irish or something. So I can believe that there is that connection, and I would think it's a good thing, a very good thing, and so but yeah, and this Iranian guy, he shouldn't be occupying such a influential position at all. He should be people like him and Claire Caw, should be glad to have some input. It's like, come on, man.
I would argue, like, if I was going to be more nuanced, he's smarter than Claire Caw, and
yeah.
That's
not saying.
Bother me. I don't think he even meant it in like an anti-white way. I don't think he is anti-white. He has a Welsh wife, to my understanding, and yeah, I think he's half Iranian. I don't think he's the full shilling, so to speak. But yeah,
and Iranian of itself is not the worst, but still, he's definitely obnoxious in some ways.
It's like the equivalent, Daniels, would maybe like coming over as, say, like I guess like a half Irishman, sort of half Iranian, coming over and saying, I don't know, like the neighbours of the Iranians, or saying like, well, are the Iranians really white or something? It's ridiculous. It's like, or are they really, X, whatever they exactly are, Anyway, whatever. I don't.
No, I understand. I hear you. That's why I wanted to bring it up, because I just want to say that I can understand how that would not only piss me off, it's just totally wrong. I've always been unhappy about this conflict between the English and the Irish, and I know that it's a long, complicated history, and there's a kind of manufactured famine that went on and was really horrible, and so,
yeah, it was. It's sad that Ireland and England actually have had, with some exceptions, such awful, abysmal elites and of rulership. The ownership, if you like.
Yeah.
Both our peoples deserve so much better.
Was it there's something Kumiko was talking about, the Sunderlands or the Sutherlands who were doing these horrible things between Scotland and Ireland, and land appropriation, and they were apparently somehow connected with the koshers. Marx actually did a critique of this kosher activity up there. And it was, I don't remember how it went, but somehow it was an expropriation of agrarian lands in Scotland and Ireland. Yeah, just going to what you were saying about bad elitists.
I mean, well, there's other factors too. I mean,
of course,
some of it is like the other, even though they're actually quite similar in many ways. But yeah, that's a lot of it. The people who are in power making decisions to do these things. You know, King Henry VIII was behind a lot of this. Quite, you know, in many ways, I quite like King Henry VIII. I think he was a very interesting figure. But yeah, it's the whole conflict is it's so complex and it's so it stretches quite far back, really. Uh, but my concern is like I was talking about this a while back is the fact that, you know, if things carry on, like we're both going to be minorities. So on the one hand, like I sort of want to delve in and explore this, but ultimately it's the goal is um, to secure our homeland of our
Yeah.
people, or else
We had absolutely kindred concern.
yeah,
You know, because of this, those are the Jenison species. You know, the Irish are a species, the English are a species, the Welsh, um, the Scousers are kind of a hybrid there. And,
yeah. So they're a bit rough around the edges, the Southers, yeah. I actually an anecdote. My uncle, excuse me, my uncle was he was. If I get this story right, he was. I don't know if it's machetes, but there was a bombing. There were a few of them. Quite unfortunately, there was a bombing in Britain from the IRA, and he was brought up here, so he didn't have an Irish accent, but of course he had a slightly Irish face and an Irish surname, and he was doing a job with some people, and they were gonna really do some damage to him with
oh wow, yeah.
machetes or some type of blunt influence, but they were gonna really you know, go for it, and he defended himself and he was all right, but yeah, just like
Wow.
that, like that.
It's
Snatch.
it's 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 terrible. Yeah. It's I mean I always hated these inter-white conflicts, these inter-European conflicts. Really, it pissed me off. But you know, yeah.
But you know, there we go. You sort of deal with that, and
But I never thought about Henry VIII. That would make sense because he like put an end to the Catholic Church, didn't he? And Ireland would still be largely Catholic, so there would be that might I guess that would be part of the conflict.
I really should know this before well, I just know it anyway, but I should know it before I talk about it. If I'm not mistaken, it was his regime that were behind bringing over Scotch people to Ireland, basically to cause religious unrest and this type of thing. Um, it, again, it
I don't
kind
know
of
it either, and I guess I should know it too.
you bring over like similar people, but with different, really fake religions. You know, my a lot of my recent ancestors would despise me for saying that, but I'm sorry, it's true. You bring over these similar populations with these differing religions, and but to deliberately cause trouble. You know,
Hmm.
it's very very frustrating. It annoys me.
Bring over some Picts and Beaker folk, and yeah.
In a way, actually, to use it to a more positive angle, I'd use situations like that and conflicts like that as a pro ethno nationalist argument, basically to essentially keep populations as what they are and to try and have happy homelands without
Definitely.
these silly conflicts over essentially if you in that case variations of how you worship Yahweh, basically.
Did you ever? This is a total digress. Well, no, not total. It's a bit it's quite tangential. But did you ever see a movie called A Letter to Brezhnev?
Don't think so. No, sorry.
Oh, you must. It's great. It takes place in Liverpool, in 1985. Um, these two Russian sailors dock in Liverpool for a night or two, and they hook up with some local Scouse girls, and it's just a really it's a perfect movie in every way, or just artistically, really. The music, the cinematography, the acting, the script. Letter to Brezhnev.
I have to give
Def-
that.
definitely watch. Definitely
How,
watch it.
how are you spelling that? Sorry, what's it called?
Letter to Brezhnev. Brezhnev was like the prime minister of Russia in the 80s. He was the guy with the big bushy eyebrows.
Was
B
last so
B B R E Z Hnev, I think.
right?
Letter to
The
Brezhnev.
last Soviet president. Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
check. Definitely watch that movie. It's I was down on women at the time. I was a bit misogynistic still. I was down on women on that at the time, and I watched it for some reason. That movie just totally made me like women again. I mean, as people, I always liked them physically. Don't get me wrong.
There's something about the Scouse accent on women I find quite attractive. It's a very like a lot of foreigners have literally no idea what they're saying, or they don't even associate them with Britain oftentimes. But I understand it, most of it. Some
And it's kind
some
of it's kind of whimsical too. I think.
oh yeah, yeah, and slightly irreverent.
And then there's the Beatles, and I like the Beatles. I don't care what I know a lot of people think are like think it's so cool to not like the Beatles, but I like the Beatles.
I feel like on the one hand I quite like them, on the other hand it isn't really our music. But I don't know. My mum and dad really like them, and my brother, my oldest brother, really likes them.
Well, maybe not your generation, but I was a child, and it was like, wow, it was so different. It was so
At the time,
energetic.
it was
Oh man,
like that. Yeah.
it was revolutionary.
I'm a bit of an odd duck. I really like a lot of old folk music and a lot of sea shanties, but I also quite like a lot of electronica and ambient music. And yeah,
Well, that's good. I can relate to liking most kinds of music. I don't like rap. I don't like this most rap. Well, Red Hot Chili Peppers were all right, but uh, yeah, I electro. Sure, definitely. I
I,
mean, Depeche Mode is. I didn't get very much into it beyond that, but I can understand that.
yeah, like John Hughes films. Have you ever seen sort of planes, trains, and automobiles?
No, I'm not a big movie watcher to be honest. Even even though I mentioned that film, but
No, fair enough. But John Hughes, he often has these. They're kind of like family, kind of moral films in a way. But you have a lot of sort of this electronic music, and it's very like quite soulful and wholesome. And I like that kind of.
cool. John Hughes. Do you have a particular film that you recommend?
It probably would be Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with John Candy.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, yeah. You've basically got John Candy and oh god, who's the other guy's name? I'm horrible. Steve Martin, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
And Steve Martin's on his way home for Thanksgiving, is it? I think, or Christmas. One of the two. It's been a while since I've seen it. And he meets John Candy, who's a shower curtain salesman, if I recall. And it's just a lovely film, especially for Hollywood, and that type
Oh,
of film wouldn't really get made today.
oh,
I like John
cool.
Candy. He's a very funny guy. Really,
He was the big fat guy who died young, right?
yeah. It's just dreadful. Like that's his legacy, but yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
but no, I'm actually a little bit like I'm not a huge movie fan, and I found quite like my father actually, since I noticed things about Hollywood and became aware of Hollywood. I really dislike a
Oh
lot.
yeah. Yeah. That's the thing is it makes my blood boil when I see what they do. Backgrounding things and like subliminally and the messages they're always trying to put across. Not, I stopped watching. I really stopped watching movies around the time of Pulp Fiction, everybody's saying how great this movie was, and like my friend uh, prompted me to go with him, and I wanted to because I wanted to hang out with him, and I said, I really don't want to go because I know what it's going to be about. Like all Hollywood movies are about making excuses for white women to go with blacks. And that's just, it's de jour. And he goes, he'd seen the movie once already. He wanted me to see with him. And sure enough, at the end of the movie, there is like, what's her name? Uh, Liv Ullman? Or she had some German name, that blonde lady that Quentin Tarantino was always using.
Right.
With uh, or Lawrence Fishburne or something.
Yeah. I quite like as an actor and what have you, but again, it's like about the media and the advertisers.
You quite like what?
Why is that always the case? Sorry,
I didn't hear what you were saying before. You quite like what?
I quite like Lawrence Fishburne as an actor.
Uh,
In a way.
you're-
Anyway, yeah, but why is it always like that? Why is this always the case? You can not only have a bit of fun with this, but you can bring this up to the average sort of normie, if you like.
well, that's not the only movie that he's set up with. He also played, I think, Othello. Or yeah, never mind.
Yeah, yeah. Not my favourite Shakespeare.
No.
Shakespeare, what a man! If it is true that we know so little about him, but if it is true that he wrote all those plays alone, what a mind!
Yeah. Except, I think that he did one. My feeling about it is that he did one bad thing, even though he's obviously a brilliant writer. And yeah, um, I think he associated intellectualism with depression a bit too much. He made it seem like the thing to do to be an intellectual, you had to be depressed. Uh, I might be wrong about that, but that's just the impression that I had of Shakespeare. Now, that's not to say that he wasn't great and all that, but there was this one negative thing about him to me.
In his later plays, these sort of more brooding, sort of maybe. Not that I'm any expert in Shakespeare at all, but when it's funny actually, there's a lot of intellectuals who will sort of revere Shakespeare and they'll go very in depth. But when you actually look at Shakespeare, the heart of it is really it's cakes and ale, it's green fields, it's high humour and wit. It's not actually the intellect.
Didn't they say he was writing for the common folk? Really?
Oh yeah, but the thing about Shakespeare, the reason why he's so brilliant is that he accommodated for all. He accommodated for the low, the middle, and the high. Probably
Intimate knowledge of the royals, of their mindset and their accoutrements or whatever. I don't know if that's the right word. Their accoutrements. Never mind.
it was fate because
You're not talking to Shakespeare here.
that's right. Some of the things he didn't write them because this basically this illiterate or middle class, a lower middle class man to create these words and these plays.
But haven't they debunked some of the theories, like what Edward de Beers is? No, it's not that, and
Probably. I don't know much about Shakespeare authorship. To my understanding, it's quite a hot topic. There's a really good book I actually bought. I've only read a bit of it, although it's very short. Bill Bryson's book on Shakespeare, and it's a tiny read. I just read quite slowly. But I
so
reckon
do I.
we know more.
What's your favorite Shakespeare play?
Oh, that is quite hard. That is quite difficult. Coriolanus, perhaps. I really don't feel like that gets enough attention. Much Ado About Nothing. I quite like some of the more light-hearted, more sort of uh, uh, fun ones, I suppose.
Which one works the best for an icebreaker for a conversation with women?
Well, you'd have to talk to someone who's more well versed with Shakespeare. I couldn't answer that.
Have you ever touched a Daughter of Albion? I'm sure she would. She's familiar with all the Shakespeare.
No, she's in. I was telling you about the Ayatollah, that guy, in his Friday night stream, Friday night dinner stream. She is a moderator in that chat, and yeah, she's been around, but I've never spoken to her in online or in person. Right?
She's a absolutely gorgeous manner of speaking and voice.
I mean, well, she's an English rose. If well, her voice is anyway. I don't know what she's like in person, but
I have heard it said that if she doesn't show herself, it's probably because she's a proper whale. That's not nice to say, but
yeah, I don't know, but she's. I mean,
I don't want to know because her voice is like exquisite.
she's not like. It's not just like the fact that it's aesthetic in an audio sense. It's
absolutely
she's intelligent as well, and
yes,
she can hold a conversation, and that I find very attractive in women.
Oh yeah, she's delightful. Absolutely, she might get the voice. She might get the female voice award. I think she does.
If
there's some other cute voices around, but she's probably the best.
She's never short on money. She should nothing sultry, nothing sort of salacious, but just get on YouTube or wherever. Get on the OnlyFans, ASMR videos. That's all I'm saying. Not it doesn't have to be dodgy stuff, but to be serious for a moment, she's not many people speak like that. A bit like Claire Core in a way, and she's not.
Claire Cohen. I mean, if yeah, definitely has a beautiful manner of speaking. It's a shame. I agree.
I mean, some of the language would be different, but like talking to Claire, it's like it's almost going back in time into what I imagine to be going back in time to the Victorian era, to hearing like a middle or upper class English woman talk there. Language differences aside, I mean, it's incredible.
Who was it? This Big Cat Kayla had a cute way of speaking for an American girl.
She's still around.
I haven't heard her in a long time, but she had a cute way of speaking. And then I heard another one. Another one who's a couple of these girls on Academic Agents woman stream speak quite.
I've not watched him since he peeved me off, I'm afraid, but no, carry on.
Well, he puts on a show. He's not on the show. It's a bunch of girls that are talking, and it gets a bit boring for a guy. I can't listen to a show, but they're quite lovely in appearance and in their manner of speaking.
What sort of things do they talk about?
Child rearing and who's the cutest celebrity and things like this.
Well, child rearing, fair enough. I mean,
oh yeah, one funny topic they had was like, who was the chattest fascist? In their manner of dress and overall appearance. Was it who gets the award? Was it Hitler? Is it Mussolini? Is it Tito? They're ranking all the fascist leaders. It's fun. It's funny in a way.
It's probably Mosley, isn't it? I think
Oswald Mosley definitely got high ranks. Yeah.
Mosley wins, I think.
Well, yeah, but this is from a lady's point of view, and they liked Mosley indeed.
It's so strange, like some of those uniforms. Like on the one hand, like they're really aesthetic, and I really understand it, and yet on the other hand, like they're so like odd, and like I know they've obviously been ridiculed and all the rest of it now, but it was such like it's almost like tips, almost like a bizarre sort of thing to see in real life. But
And yeah, and they had good fun with the World War One helmet, German helmet with the spike on top.
how do you pronounce
The one really pretty girl was having a big laugh about that. I forget her name. She's a cute little thing. It's called, I forget what it's called. That spiked
pickle?
on it.
Pickle H something. I don't want to slaughter the German, but yeah, pickle something, isn't it?
And I think that they came to the conclusion it really doesn't. It is mostly decorative. It doesn't really have.
To my understanding, this is a little bit autistic, but spiked armor didn't exist in the real world. Partly because spikes are quite hard to make, from a smithing point of view, but also they're not particularly strong, and also you're probably more likely to sort of stab yourself or your friend rather than the opponent. However, there was spiked armor for bears, for anti-bear suits. You'd have a bear suit that they were in. There's a picture of it's always like posted on Reddit and these places, but it's like a bear suit in Russia. It's just like a
Really?
whatever with these spikes on it.
Hmm. Yeah. A bear attack. No, that's a scary thing. That's.
Oh,
Did you ever see the movie Grizzly Man? No, that's another one that you might want to check out. And talking about the dark side of self actualization, of like just where it becomes toxic. This guy, um, I've forgotten his name now. Oh wait, it's at the tip of my tongue. Um,
he's a sort of a bear charmer type guy. Yeah.
Tisdale or Treaddale, Treadwood, Timothy Treadwell is his name. He went out to Hollywood to try to become a movie star, and he lost out to Woody Harrelson for the role on the sitcom Cheers, and his dreams failing, he went to Alaska to save the grizzly bears, even though they didn't need saving. They had wildlife preserves that nobody was going to go to anyway. But he came to befriend the bears, and he had all these like names for them and everything. It's like almost like he's a very effeminate kind of personality, silly, childlike. And here's Downy, and here's Mr. Chocolate, and here's all these silly names they had for the bear. Oh, this rub-a-dub-dubbing, I guess. And he managed to survive living, camping among them, and in some cases even swimming with them for 13 summers. And finally, at the end, his luck ran out, and of course, he and some girlfriend he brought with him went, of course, getting eaten by a bear. And but it's an interesting documentary by Werner Herzog.
Oh, the German. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's sad because it's like it's that sort of maybe a slight stupidity, if you like, the kind of innocence and a care for the natural world that a lot of our people have, but at the same time, like
exactly.
this isn't a cartoon. That animal is a wild creature that could tear you limb from limb.
Yeah, and did, and he was, but he wasn't. He was treating them like they're misunderstood. Oh, you just have to know how to treat the bears right, and they'll be good to you. And he made it work. The Rangers were saying, I don't know why they didn't eat him sooner. They must have thought he was retarded or something. but it's a shame that he brought this girl into it with him too. And you could act. There's actually a recording of the instance when they're getting eaten by the bears. He's screaming, "Ah, get a frying pan! Get a frying!" And you hear him being eaten to death. It's like, oh,
I shouldn't laugh.
she's screaming, and it's like, ooh.
Oh dear.
His luck ran out. He was gonna leave, and he got into an argument at the airport because they wanted to raise the money on his plane ticket or something, and so he went back into the Zodiac territory for at the end of the season when the bears start coming down to feed, and camped in a really dangerous spot, and his luck was out, and so was hers. But like I said, this is to me an expression of someone desperately pursuing self-actualization. Another example. There's a myriad of examples, and it's having a reflexive effect, a destructive effect. You know, Kurt Cobain, or who's the singer for Alice in Chains, Lane Staley. These are expressions of the dark side of self-actualization, or its pursuit, that needs to be brought. There needs to be structures to help guys not back into more optimally managed negotiation of their of the way of life.
In this regard, self-actualization, how would you describe that? In what sort of context in the modern world are you sort of using this? Just to clarify.
Well, I think that's a valid question to say that it's. What do you mean by self-actualization? Because there's a couple sense in which it's being used, and I draw a lot upon that common usage as the source of what's meant by it, of course. But in one sense, self-actualization is the teleological sense of Aristotle, in the sense that you are realizing how it is that you are evolved to be in the end as a mature person. You are actualized. There's another sense, the modernist sense, in which self-actualization is more like you are transcending you're rising above the din of normal experience, at least in as much as that's what it takes, irrespective of normal social expectations. You are realizing your fullest potential, and kind of rest of the world be damned, or irrespective. And there's another sense in which it's a matter of peak experiences and kind of getting into contact with farther reaches of human potential. It's a part of the human potential movement. That's also, I guess, part of the modernist saga. But the modernist expression of self-actualization would not be concerned with optimization, but rather with maximization, and looking at, even though Maslow does place it as part of the hierarchy of needs, esteem and other things, they are lower than self-actualization. Interestingly enough, friendship, camaraderie, these things are in his hierarchy of needs rank lower. The the most important thing is that you are like, your fullest self. And that's toxic and, prone to be impervious to corrective. I'm not sure that I'm articulating this perfect, but how actualization is used. I think that it is a bit ambiguous in there, so between the Aristotelian teleological sense and the sense of being like some sort of world beater, which would be more the modernist sense. So you call Aristotle the traditional sense of actualization, and the modernist sense of actualization. Then there would be what would be the postmodernist sense would be sort of what I'm trying to propose. That would be bringing it into a realm of social delimitation and bringing the Aristotelian optimality back into it, as
So,
opposed to because Aristotle's hierarchy of needs was, one need is one basic level is maximized, so that's satisfied. Then you move up to the next one, then that's maximized, and then you move up to the next one. One maximized and fulfilled level after another. And the feminists, Betty Friedan was a student of Maslow, were then treating like, oh, men are on top of actualization, women need that too, not realizing that men were often on top because they made great sacrifices on basic levels, not because they were fulfilled on basic levels, right? So there's something importantly off there in that analysis, and that there's or that men's were top ranks were reserved for men out of respect for the sacrifices on lower levels, like they're expected to go to war, or for the fact that they were respected for, if they made it through, then they were really showing their mettle, really showing that they deserved it, or they would be more respectful of their circumstance, of their boundaries, and not be so liberal, knowing what war and conflict with other peoples meant more directly, having been on the line. So they were more, in a sense, deserving to be on top. These kind of things were not addressed by Simone de Beauvoir or Betty Friedan. It was a very unfair analysis of this situation. I'm sorry.
no, you're right. No, those distinctions are important. I'd heard of the term self-actualization, but I'd never really investigated it. I wasn't entirely sure. I had a vague idea of what it meant.
Well, it actually began with Aristotle, and I forgot that until I read because I had been talking about just I had read it, but I forgot about it. But I've been talking about I've been critiquing it, beginning with Maslow, Abraham Maslow, and Betty Friedan, and then fitting the hippie situation and their requirement, or their motive for the basic needs, to not not being sent to Vietnam War to die, and contrasting those, what Maslow called low grumbles, with what with the high grumbles of the higher realms, farther reaches of self-actualization, which Betty Friedan said that that women needed in order to be liberated, or whatever. So that the incommensurability there. But then I realized what a great help. I mean, that's a dumb way of putting it, but how much greater it made the whole and relevant to European concerns. It made the whole project to be reminded that it begins with Aristotle, and Aristotle, being the wise man that he was, had a concern for optimization rather than a maximization of needs. Maximizations being toxic. Uh, we're biological creatures. We need an optimal circulating concern of needs. So talking about so socialization to begin with, delimitation, and routine to stabilize it, and then sacrament or reverence for the sacred, traditions being the segue between the two, and the mystery, and then these things in place, you are in position to pursue actualization without breaching the the social homeostasis, without rupturing that, and contributing to this haywire disorder of modernity, where boundaries are run roughshod and run away. Um, this is of course making for a lot of the difficulties in gender relations, and making people, causing toxic effects and desperation in pursuit of actualization, human potential, however people conceive it.
Well, this is definitely a topic I need to look into more. It seems like I've neglected it. Just quickly about Treadwell, do you think his rejection, or it's possible, this is like some like basic psychology, but do you think his rejection of being a Hollywood actor had anything to do? I mean, do you think he was like, well, I can't, I'm being rejected by people, so I'll just try animals? They
Yeah,
might back. I mean, it could be something there. I don't know.
yeah, I think that seems to be part of it. Yeah.
I just wonder, like a lot of house cats on a similar topic, if maybe they'd have to be quite hungry, but if they were big enough and they were hungry enough, I don't think they would view you different from a vole or a rat or a mice. Uh, might be wrong, but yeah.
They could probably, yeah, they could probably evolve to be that way. Well, they were once like wild cats, I suppose, right? And
Um, yeah, I think originally, I think were they a mixture of a wildcat and a serval, something like that. I might have to look it up. But that's actually why people like cats, is that they've astonishingly, despite over how many years of domestication, still retain all these quite wild attributes, and they're very independent, really. I mean, cats don't have owners; they have staff, And if they don't like their staff, they'll go over to other staff. There are stories of like where people will have a baby or they'll have something in the house, if it's noisy or whatever, and the cat will leave and go to another house and live there.
wow, it's it's also neat that dogs all come from the gray wolf. I don't know how long ago.
I have to look it up.
Yeah, but that you'll find that to be true.
I must say I like them more.
All dogs evolved from the gray wolf, a gray wolf. So I don't know how many thousand years ago.
I must say I like the more kind of German Shepherd
I think
support.
I think that's closest to the archetypal dog, archetypal gray wolf. That's the most similar, I think.
Well, they're sort of similar in size and visually, I guess. There are a lot of I don't know about Poland, but here in Britain, cockapoos are really popular. You know what a cockapoo is?
No, is that a small dog?
It's a cross. They're really almost mawkish, really cute. They're like a sort of living teddy bear. But the reason why people get them is because they're docile. But if you get the one with the right genes, they don't molt, which is really nice, I suppose. What is it? Um, Yes, crossing spaniels and poodles
Oh,
from the States, but I mean, you can't go outside and you don't and not see them here. Yeah,
you
common.
can, and so you can bring them into the pub with you.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Depends on the pub a
Oh,
lot.
you were in the pub this evening.
No, not this evening. No.
I thought you said you were knackered.
No? Knackered. Sorry. No, knackered just means tired. It doesn't mean
Oh,
inebriated.
I saw
Um,
that. That's interesting because that's not a word that we Americans use. Knackered. I thought it meant
knackered is a proper Anglo word. Yeah. It's not fit for you rebel colonists. Yeah.
no, no, not at all. I'm
Um,
glad that there's differences in the language.
oh yeah. Yeah. No, knackered is to my knowledge is just tired. It's not inebriated. No, well, I've been drinking some wine here, but I'm basically sober. I do like. I quite like to drink, but I'm not like a drunkard. I can handle my
Yeah.
drink. I don't get these people who have nothing in the week, and then they go out on a Friday and have like 10 pints or whatever. It's mad, absolutely mad.
I do like scotch, but I'm not drinking as much as I used to.
Well, that's probably not a bad. I remember there's a video of you. I can't remember where. It was on your channel. And you went into a lovely Polish bar and you ordered
A scotch, yeah.
yeah, whatever it was. But the problem is, it's just with spirits in pubs and bars, the markup is so high. I just like I don't. It irks me to pay it. I'd rather have like their draft beer or
Oh,
cider. Is cider popular in Poland? Probably not.
it's here. It's not very popular, but yeah, scotch could be prohibitive depending on the brand.
Is that because it's all imported?
Well, they have the top brands. Some standard things are not so expensive. I mean, Tullamore's not that bad, and it's about, I guess, $3 for a glass. Um, and then Jameson, of course, is about the same price.
That
Or
was what
not
we ordered. Jameson, yeah.
Jameson's good. It's even a little bit better than Tullamore, but Tullamore's good too.
But what was sort of not funny, but like you spoke Polish quite well, but then it was like Jameson. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah. What do you like to drink?
Do you know, I like the Victorian gout territory. I like blue cheese and I like port, but mostly ale, really, various types of ale. I like some lagers, but they
Oh, I
tend to be
love blue cheese. Are you talking about actual blue cheese?
proper penicillin. Yeah,
I
proper
love it.
rotten, molten,
No,
rotten,
I tell me about it. I love that stuff.
moldy.
The closest thing we have to anything good around here is this Danish blue, but it does the trick.
Right.
I'm sure it's not as great as maybe, and once in a while a fair will pass through. The French people with their blue cheeses,
there
they're
was
expensive, but very good.
there was a study. I think it was a type of they're looking at people's teeth or whatever it was that they could tell what they were eating, and it was back in the Iron Age,
Oh wow,
many years ago, quite a reasonable while back now, in Italy, and they knew that they were eating blue cheese,
really?
almost certainly by accident. Basically, if you a whole cheese wheel, say if you're making cheddar, a whole cheese wheel is called a trockle. It's an old Greek word, trockle, truckle, and you have to manually turn them to make sure they mature properly. And when you turn them, they get cracks in them, and air will come in, only little kind of micro holes. Air will come in, and that's how you'll get the growth of penicillin.
Mm, I love it, man. You really, I'm in full agreement with you there. I love blue cheese
Like, well,
with a
cheese.
with a with a Pinot Noir or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's great.
No, I hear you. I
Or a
mean, well,
beer. I mean, a really good beer. It's like, oh yeah.
cheese to begin with is technically a spoiled product. There's bacteria in cheese, and if it gets too
Yeah,
warm,
don't talk about my cheese like that.
It's wonderful, yeah. And there's not other than the thing is other than fermented dishes. Excuse me. There's nothing like blue cheese. It's very distinctive and quite rare. So I quite like a bit of blue cheese and ale. Yeah, some lagers, some of it fizzy.
Oh man, I just wish that beer wasn't so damn fattening. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's fairly calorific. There's some really lovely saison beer as well, and there's some old Abbey beers which are normally quite strong. There's these little Polish shops here, and they sell. Is it Mochny? Is it me? I'm probably mispronouncing that. It means strong, doesn't it, in Polish? And they're like 6.5. They're like 6.5% or whatever.
Oh
And they're
yeah, Mozart.
in moderation. But
I like. I really like Pilsner Urquell.
yeah,
And a really good high is Pilsner Urquell with a couple shots of vodka. And that's
you're
uh,
set for the
that's brilliant. It's terrible. It's not exactly healthy, but that with some blue cheese would be good for me. Yeah, definitely Pilsner Urquell, a couple shots of vodka and some blue cheese. Yeah,
lovely. Yeah, I don't promote sort of drinking, but I definitely
no, it's not good. It's not good.
I don't trust any man who says he doesn't have a vice. If I meet a man and he doesn't smoke, gamble, or drink, I'm going to call him a liar.
Or you call him Ted Nugent and you find that he's a complete asshole. Yeah, it's like this Ted Nugent, somebody like him who drank anything. You'll find these types are, everything is in the forebrain, and they're really uh, they're shallow, they're logical, and they're mean. Yeah, I don't trust people who've never done any stuff.
Who Shakespeare wouldn't approve of. He would be like a villain or a baddie in a Shakespeare play. Yeah.
Definitely. Well, I
Sorry.
go on.
No, alcohol's a weird one. Like it's some people really can't do anything. I mean, I hate to use the example, but Christopher Hitchens, he
Yeah.
was a renowned drinker, and he would go home and write essays on Orwell and this type of thing. He drank regularly and he could handle it. But some people they drink and they're a mess. So some people they drink and they turn into demons, or they shouldn't drink at all. Alcohol's it's a
Yeah.
potent thing.
Powerful drug. Yeah, I think I wonder what I definitely have made some huge mistakes on alcohol, and it's definitely um, it's definitely caused some problems for me, and I don't think that it was. I don't. I doubt that it was the greatest thing for my cerebral health. My memory stinks, and I don't think that alcohol helped. Yeah,
It damaged the hippocampus, which is what primarily deals with memory.
yeah. That makes sense. I heard that. Yeah, it's the taxi cab drivers in London have bigger hippocampuses because they have to remember all the routes around.
Yeah, I've read that too. Yeah, the ones that I really like the old black cab. The black cabs. I think a lot of them are Ubers now, unfortunately. But
Oh, that's that Uber thing. It's a
again,
disease. It's a disease.
globalization.
Yeah, Airbnb. Airbnb is sign up and it's like, you're not a racist, are you? That's what they're asking
That's how you start off the question.
you. Yeah.
How do you
So,
find it in Poland?
What's that?
Are you on your bike? Do you have trams? What's public transport like in Poland?
It's good because I'm in the city, so I don't need a car, which is great.
No.
There's trams which are new and quiet and good, and trains which are quiet and new and good. Um, they have those scooter things which I've never used. They're all over the place. People riding those around. I don't know. You can assert your card. People ride bikes, yeah. but I, like you were saying about Hobart, that you can walk anywhere. I just send me just about anywhere I need to go. I can walk, and sometimes I'll take a taxi if I want to
You're in Pose now.
pamper myself. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pose is probably bigger than. Oh, in fact, it must be bigger than Hobart. Yeah, but yeah, it's a similar thing. Yeah, fair enough.
No, but if on some occasions I will take a taxi, not much, but I can whenever I want. Definitely. Um, but the thing is that we have this pedestrian zone right at the end of my street, in the center of uh, the town, the old town, and this is something that American cities don't have, and it's so important psychologically to be not subject to the automobile, um, because American infrastructure and civic engineering is all based on the car. So just everywhere, and they're racing noisily by you. These big metal hunks of frightening, dangerous contraptions near you, dirty and loud all over the place, insulting you, and you can't get away from them. They're an eyesore.
That is a wide point. And Patrick was talking about this on his last stream, and the feeling feels about how alienating the American suburbs are because there's no universal spaces or very few. Like, I mean, a proposal I had was universal fire pits where people can go around and cook food and tell stories and play music. Just like our ancestors, really, who would have primarily cooked around a fire.
Well, that'd be great if they're the kind of persons that you want to do that with. But America.
During the Corona lockdowns, we had a sort of meet up in the street, and people were out and they were chatting, and I stayed out sort of drinking with some of my neighbours until like about 1 o'clock or whatever it was. Like people who lived like down the road, and I barely knew them, and but just this universal space, and just having this sort of if you like temporary conditions led to this sort of interaction that I'd never had with them. People who live a stone's throw away, literally, mad in a way. I should know them much more. I should have known them much more in depth.
Wow.
Really satisfying, really useful, and I just wonder about if places like that they'd probably be used more by young people, I guess, but that would be great to have, and a much more natural way of living in a way, and more like allotments and communal places where people can grow things and just like we got a lot wrong in the West. Excuse me, we got a lot wrong, but and yeah, certainly
America, especially America, because it's so based on the car and the suburbs, and this creates a vicious cycle where you need a car to get to work, you need work to afford the car, and you need the status of the car to have a woman, and it's horrible. And then the insurance destroys you, the car accidents destroy you, the tickets destroy you, the headache of having to look after the car. It's like I have to care about all these things that I don't care about. Ugh.
Yeah,
some people love cars. I don't.
No, I must admit I don't actually drive, although I probably should get my license. Although I've chosen a great time with.
Well, I think you're doing yourself a huge favor. You're saving yourself enormous expense, danger, and headache. Not having one.
For me, I'm kind of all right on my bike and on foot, but the problem is it's a useful skill to have, and I've got to admit, if I'm going to have sort of kids, I'm probably going to need to do that. I mean, the thing is, I've taught.
I would try not to.
A little
really,
bit.
My experience is, I would try not to. It's like I'd be a much richer man today if I didn't invest in a few cars along the way. If I didn't buy a few cars along the way, but rather put that money towards other things.
Yeah,
I got talked into it in the second case where I should have known better.
Well,
really.
don't regret that. I mean, my point is, with the Agenda 2030, is it's like what it seems like they're going for is where you rent automatic, we rent electric cars and you don't own stuff.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise, a lot of
that
this
is.
is going out the window. It's not going to be popular, by the way. But yeah, if the regime gets their way, which they probably will, we're
I'm
not
gonna
going
let you. I'm gonna let you have Claire call for a second. If she, the second that she is objectionable to you, let me know.
Hello.
to. Hello, Claire.
I haven't. I've only listened to your talk about cars. I kind of understand what an expense and trouble it is to have to own one. And I'm glad I don't have to do that. And I do see that men feel they have to have one as in order to to get a decent woman, or whatever. But yeah, I entirely understand. But I guess it's easier for women. I mean, I know a lot.
You don't think that Mirth would be the item on his bicycle?
Come on, love, hop on the back. Come on, you know you want to.
So, but what have you guys been talking about?
Everything. We've been talking for 5 hours. It's sort of hard to sum up.
Okay.
Daniel apparently is a bit of a crazy man. He likes to stream for sort of 5-6 hours. I joined later. I was quite tired, but there was all sorts of stuff. Self-actualization, women.
We were talking about you. We were talking about Arville. I was anyway. But I was talking about Davis. What's his name? I was talking about Tom Sunick. I was talking about GW a bit. I was talking about.
What was that? Sorry,
I was talking about Tom Sunick. I was talking about GW. I was talking
who's
about
GW?
guest worker from Majority Rights. Not too much.
Okay.
I was talking about like I made a big point to elaborate on Arville. Is that his name? Arville?
Arvol, did you hear me talking to him?
No,
Okay.
I don't
It
think so.
wasn't very satisfactory. I mean, it was like, why are you saying you're not a nationalist when you sort of are? Because it's like he still shares the same views and he has the same associates, but he's just chosen not to call himself a nationalist anymore because he thinks it's better not to be known as one. And I thought, well, who's going to be fooled? But where did you speak to him?
I spoke to him for about 5 minutes on Skype, and I talked to, I elaborated on it earlier in this show, and it was
It didn't go well. I think I
surprisingly not. Yeah.
right. And what did you say that he objected to?
I don't want to go back into it right now.
Okay, I mean, I just thought it was just a topic. I didn't want to, line by line discussion. But I mean, I'm just trying to remember my conversation with him. But he's still a Christian. I mean, it's like that's a
Yeah,
problem.
that was a surprising. Had I known that, I would not have been quite so surprised. I always expect for intelligent people to not be
Not
Christian.
to be Christian. Yeah, I know. But yeah, that's the annoying thing. Are you? Did you?
And
have
then I
a good
criticized
Easter?
you. I criticized you, Claire, for your remark about Joel Davis, and it only corroborated the dubiousness of you criticizing me when you say that I'm not making myself clear, because you alleged that Joel Davis wasn't making himself clear when he spoke of the managerial class and the managerial elite. And
I wasn't saying.
wait a minute, let me finish. Then you can remark. You said that he wasn't making himself clear in that and he was mentioning somebody who you'd never heard of before, Sam Francis, and that why doesn't he know that when he speaks of the managerial elite, he should be speaking of uh, the feminist takeover? And Claire, this was such a badly mistaken assessment of what he was saying, what he's saying, and the supposed lack of clarity. Because most people who are abreast of what's going on in, uh, let's say, white nationalism or white advocacy, are aware that when somebody's talking about the managerial class, the managerial elite, they're talking about Burnham. I think it's Samuel Burnham is his first name, or
I've never
something,
even heard of
something,
him.
something. Well, he's like one of the big names,
Okay.
Burnham, because he's the one who's talking about the managerial elite, and
Oh, I
this
thought it
is
was
like,
Kevin McDonald.
well, Kevin McDonald also well is a big name, but uh, Sam Francis is a big name, and everybody would know him. He is the precursor of Richard Spencer at NPI, and he is one of the big paleocons. And he was big on Burnham and promoting the managerial elite. A lot of people
Hmm.
will talk about the managerial elite, and they're not talking about feminism. They're talking about something very, very specific
Talking about
concept.
Jews.
No, that's the thing. It's a it becomes a politer way of talking about
The
the
liberal
the
elite.
oppressive yeah, liberal elitists. And a matter of fact, somebody like Alex Linder, who is all about the JQ, will complain bitterly about Sam Francis for using that, not exactly proxy, but that kind of diversionary way of speaking about the
Hmm.
oppressive elites as a managerial class. Who, that's the real problem, not the JQ, right? So Alex Linder will accuse him of, say, Sam Francis, of creating young fogies or uh, seem very sophisticated, but they're hoodwinked along with uh, the paleocons who are taking up this line, like Paul Gottfried, uh, like Pat Buchanan, um, like Sam Francis, who's the other guy, Joe Sobran, and then
Hmm. But I mean, that's the thing. People suspect you. You know, you mean the Jews, so just say that. You know, and
no,
I
but you didn't
think.
say, that, Claire. You said you mean the feminists, and the thing is that you were so badly off the mark. You didn't understand that you were so badly off the mark, and here you are saying you were accusing him of not being able to make himself clear, and he was clear. What was clear is that you are not up to date, or not.
I was querying his use of terminology. That's what I was doing.
No, yeah, but his use of terminology was accurate, and for you to
Well,
not
you
know,
said it was
for you to not know
controversial.
Burnham, for you to not know Burnham, who Burnham and Sam Francis is you know
Do they have
is
channels?
these are like in the kind of circles, the white nationalist circles that you're criticizing. These people are luminaries. They are like of first order significance. If you're going to be criticizing white nationalists and not even know who these people are, Claire, the indictment is
Well,
you.
nobody first heard of them. You know.
Everybody has heard of them in these spheres that
Okay.
you
Do they have a
purport to
channel?
be that you purport to be. San Francis is dead. So is Burnham. I'm just
Okay. Well, I guess that's why they haven't got a YouTube channel. I don't know about them.
but here you are criticizing everybody and saying that they're not making their clear, and you don't even know some of the basics, Claire.
Well, this is the first time I've heard of Frank Burnham and Sam Frank.
But that, that's, but then you're saying, but you act like that's, you, when it comes to people or have these concerns, that is,
I've heard
that
of
should be,
William Pierce.
that should be considered standard and typical, and actually you are the one who's um, the anomaly.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've heard of Rockwell. A few of those dead white men. But what does Sam Francis say?
Well, he has many. What is that, Francis? Look him up online. He's very intelligent. He's a super intelligent guy. He's very articulate of uh, race differences and how these differences are being uh, and how disparate outcomes are being wrongly attributed to white men uh, for uh, reasons that are really not their fault. He's good at explaining how white people are being unfairly maligned, and
Okay,
and how blacks, by contrast, are being uh, pampered and their misdeeds being covered up, that sort of thing. But this speeches of his online, and anybody who listens to them would have to be impressed by his intelligence. He just is. But the problem is that you would like him because he doesn't do the JQ, and this is why some white nationalists will complain about. He does the Burnham, like a lot of people who, like you, are trying to divert from the JQ, will do Burnham
what does Burnham do?
Burnham, and he does the managerial class. He started as a Marxist, then he soured on that, and he developed this concept. And he also has a famous book called The Machiavellians or something like that. But anyway, yeah.
Okay.
It's easy enough to Google that and to see people talk about that.
Okay.
Better than
Who
I'm
is
prepared to do.
and Alex Linder? What does he stand for?
Oh goodness, you don't even know who Alex Linder is, Claire, and you're criticizing this movie. You don't know who I mean, he is probably the most distinguished anti-Semite. You can say that.
Okay.
You wouldn't like him, Claire. Claire, can I just ask you, do you want to just, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you want most Western women in a sort of niqab or burqa?
No.
No?
No. I mean, well, I'm annoyed you have to ask this question, but of course not. No.
But
I
you
mean,
realise that with what you're proposing and with your avatar, people would, sort of ask that question or similar questions.
yes, well, thank you for asking that question. The answer is no. I mean, I basically wouldn't support anything that the Quran doesn't actually say. I call myself a Quranist because I'm basically saying I will have to follow it, even though, some of it is maybe not that welcome. But I otherwise it would be just my selection of the Quran, and then it will get difficult. And I don't, I think the problem with, fallen Muslim civilizations is that they do cherry pick, and they they just do the bits that they like and ignore all the rest, and that is fundamentally their problem. So
What
um,
about the problem is that most of that text is completely sort of what's the right word? An antithesis of sort of Western sort of thought and sort of experience. Does that not?
yeah, it's at the I agree with you that it's meant to be the antithesis of liberalism, and I'm saying liberalism has failed. Christianity has failed, and
I'm not talking about liberalism. No one on this platform is a fan of
well,
liberalism.
this is liberalism is what the West is associated with. I don't see how you can say, "Oh, liberalism ain't us." It's like Western civilization for the past 250 years is built on liberalism.
Well, yeah, I mean, it goes back to the Enlightenment and what have you. Okay, but in terms of what you're talking about, sort of Quranism or secular Quranism, this is not.
I know you hate it, but I'm saying what has gone wrong. You have to take into account why you're saying things are going wrong. And I was saying, well, it's because of liberal policies which led in feminism, and you have lost control because basically your women control the political parties who all know that in order to win the election
Yeah,
they have to.
I
Well,
told
it's
you this is the
true. That's
problem with
true.
no. This is the problem with Claire. She tries to make gender the central issue. Gender's not the central issue.
Okay, well, we complain
and
about
and
feminism, and then you
and
just
Islam
ignore.
and Islam being a universal religion is not going to be the cure to the liberalism on
Okay,
the
what is the
or hold
problem
on, let
with
me
a
finish.
universal religion?
It's not going to be cure of liberalism on the interface that's most important, which is the borders of our group, because it is a universal religion.
I'm
So
saying you need
it
to
doesn't
take
cure. It
control
does
in
not
order to
cure.
control your
It does not.
borders. I mean, why
Well,
don't you understand that?
Islam
Why
is not
don't
going to
you
help to do that.
understand that in
Islam is not going
order?
to help to do that
Why not? Why not?
because it's a universal religion.
What's wrong with a universal religion if it's a
Because
universal
it doesn't
problem?
particularize its concern for us as
It doesn't matter.
a foremost
The
concern.
problem that men
Forget it,
face
Claire.
all over the world is their ability to control their women, isn't it, or not?
No, it's the ability to control our borders.
You
And
can't control your women, but you don't have a
there's
woman
other
to
reasons
control.
besides our women for that. Ugh, it's always the same thing.
Mm.
She tries to make it about gender, and that's not the central issue. The central issue is our borders and bounds. Then we can fix things with the relation to our women.
What does one say to someone like Claire? I don't know.
You can't. It's like talking to a brick wall. You can't.
And, another question is like, well, even if you have, say, a patriarchy, what about if you have a corrupt patriarchy? What about if you have what about if you have like a liberal patriarchy? So, this is
Well,
not.
that's it. I mean, she says that women are in control. Women are like, in this situation, females are like gatekeepers, and they let through into power. They empower guys who are liberals, who are going to keep the pressure on the borders open, because, well, it gives them, they're pandered to, and it gives them a short-term advantage. So that's that. They're not exactly. It's not exactly a matriarchy. It's like, and part of that liberal elite class is, of course, the YKW, the kosher folks. They're working in tandem with neoliberals and right wingers and plain liberals who view themselves as above accountability to our group interests, and that's more like the problem. And a big part of our problem is these Abrahamic religions, whether operating through the kosher folks or through our Christian. They're that because it's a right wing thing, and a neoliberal thing, because anybody can be a Christian, so it's irrespective of our group boundaries, or Islam, which is like really just the pseudo macho solution. Yeah, we know how to control women. Yeah. And to me, Islam is. I mean, I could sum it up in one word: the Bataclan. That's about.
Yeah, but there's also, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but there's like, you sound like the Taliban, who, by the way, are going to be far more free than a lot of people in the West. That's another conversation. But there's probably a degree to which they're retarding their civilization by really just keeping a lot of women down, particularly the more intelligent women. You can, this is like theocracy, you can you can argue about elements of it, or like small amounts maybe, but when you go the full blown sort of shebang, you end up in a pretty sticky situation, I think.
I just really, it's the same thing that I was complaining about with Orville, that I really want to be free with different ways of philosophical consideration. I mean, philosophy is about considering ways of life, how to live life, and
I do like.
I don't like Islam telling me how to live life. It's such a sterile religion to me. I don't know. It's just. I mean, yes, there's some appeal in the idea of women being out of control and this being a religion which takes control of things, but not them, not their religion, not that way. No. The better way to do it is to take control of our boundaries and just to tell those women who want some other guys, well, then go ahead, but don't let the door hit you in the ass.
Are you reading these comments in the private chat? Or
What's that?
are you reading these comments by Claire in the private chat?
Oh no, are there?
I mean, like,
Are they online? I mean, because I'm not watching.
no, they're in the private chat of StreamYard. Dan.
I don't know why I'm not seeing them here.
You should do, as far as I know. But to be a bit more nuanced, it's like like sexual liberation, and these sort of the culture that comes with. I mean, it is a problem. I can understand that. I'm not trying to deny that or to try and dismiss it, but I don't think it's as.
But it's a problem. It's a problem because our borders and our boundaries are open. So these women are being pandered to and solicited from everywhere. If you close the borders and the boundaries, then we can begin to.
Yes,
to work out to make the situation fair for both genders. It's not fair for guys. Most guys are getting screwed nowadays, and a lot of women are really abusive and out of hand. There's no question about it. A lot of them are getting away with murder. But that doesn't mean that we need some just generic patriarchy to take over. She doesn't even specify what patriarchy. Who are you talking about?
I mean,
are you talking about Muhammad? No, thanks. I don't want him. He's not my patriarch. Get the hell out of here.
If you can't see him, Daniel, just the last comment, very short. Claire, men can't regain control to do anything without restoring the patriarchy. This is too simplistic.
And it's out of context. The patriarchy. Most guys, in positions of power and influence, in a normal situation, it's going to be more guys usually, and that's just naturally, and it's no big deal. That's fine. But the central problem, and you're talking to a guy who, in his early 20s, was pretty misogynistic. I was really down on women. Like I said, I came around. I softened on women, for example, in watching Letter to Brezhnev. But so nobody would be more prone to a kind of, I suppose, a Sharia type argument than me. And I, because I'm a European man, would not be susceptible to a Sharia argument. Just no, it's not us, it's alien. And really, it's not the central. What I ultimately came to recognize is it's not the central. Gender is not the central problem. And Claire tries to make it that, because if race is the central issue, then she's more out of the loop. She didn't have to be, but she sees herself as less central. She could still make contributions if she would just get off her high horse. She won't. But the issue is our group bounds, not the gender distinction. That's the central issue. We can work things out, like I said, between women who are more reversing or overcompensating modernist. They want to be a scientist or something, or a doctor, or what have you, and those who would recognize the enjoyment of taking care of the house and children, which I have no doubt could be really, really enjoyable for a lot of women.
And it was also a lot easier with technology, by the way, in modern technology. Are you sure you can't see this private chat? On StreamYard, if you hit the private chat tab, I only say because Claire's saying matriarchy is a society prioritizing the preferences of unmarried parents who casually conceived and parented their illegitimate offspring. No, to my understanding, if you wanted a definition of matriarchy, it is a system of government where women are in charge. What Claire is describing is her own sort of imposition of what matriarchy is. I don't know, James. Maybe it's just me, but maybe I'm getting it wrong. But yeah, I don't think this is correct. What Claire is saying.
I got distracted from your reading, because I was trying to find what I've done wrong, is that I can't see this. Oh, here's
It shouldn't be different. You're the host, right? You should be able to see
okay,
it.
no, yeah, I did. I pressed the button like you said. And I brought,
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Matriarchy is a society patriarch to the preferences of unmarried parents. I mean, I think that's a lot of that stuff is happening. Yeah, but there's a lot of truth to that. But the reason it's happening is because our borders are not closed and attended to. So what it means to man up is not to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take over and I'm gonna punch some African on the nose and then and slap some woman down and take her by the hair and then appoint myself king. It's to work on a system where we wrest control of our boundaries, and that would happen. It's going to happen through unionization, and then we can correct things where the preferences of unmarried parents or women are corrected, especially if they're if we decide as a consensus that we are looking after our European peoples. We would give the warning to women, if you're going to breed outside the parameters, you'll have to talk to our scientists, but for the most part, you're going to be forfeiting group membership and no birth certificate here for your child and no marriage license here for your child.
That is a totally legitimate and fair system. And by the way, before anyone calls me a hypocrite, I would support that in reverse if it was the other way around.
For men too, yeah.
Say like a snort, the Swedish guy you were talking about, was it? How did you call it? Let's say the Japanese, they said, I'm sorry, we don't want this. If it's the case where
I would understand it too. Yeah, really.
she wants to move over to Sweden or whatever, okay, fine, we can't stop her, but you're not coming back. That's not what we want. I understand that.
I always wonder about these guys, these white guys who go to these other countries and take other women. It's like, don't they? I mean, how do they? I mean, don't they feel a bit uncomfortable about taking other guys' women? I would kind of a little bit. Yeah.
Especially like it. Do you imagine like the local guys like who's this guy? Like what? Wouldn't you want him out? Isn't he like in a way like an invader? Yeah, it's
Yeah, and especially in a place like China where the guys are outnumbering, where there's a shortage of women. Or yeah,
oh yeah.
so
Well, I don't. I mean the Chinese. Yeah,
well, I think that was a bad example, but you know, I mean, yeah,
example. It was a good
yeah.
example because
Oh,
and you used it because you know what the Chinese are like. Can I just to change it slightly, because this I don't mean to be rude to Mrs. Court or Miss Court. It's just quite nauseating, to be honest. Your avatar, is that a relative of yours or is that someone in particular?
are you? But I'm sorry, you're talking to me?
Yeah, your avatar.
Oh, that's my grandfather,
Oh,
Josef Sienkiewicz. Yeah,
actually,
and that picture is from Easter 1921.
wow. So,
It's my mother's father.
Polish or Italian side?
Polish.
Oh, nice.
My He's wearing a shirt. And all his clothes for that day were sewed by my grandmother. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Easter 101 years ago in Perth Amboy, New Jersey.
Is it in a park or a garden? It looks like to be a natural background. You probably don't know.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, it's a natural background, but it would be in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, somewhere. Probably in the backyard of a house.
You know, when you look at a lot of older photographs, a lot of people don't necessarily smile or smile with their teeth. Now, some of this was apparently because their teeth weren't as high quality. A lot of it, I think, was just a bit more. People were a bit more, I don't know, a bit more sincere, a little bit less mawkish, a little bit sort of less kind of Hollywood-esque, you know. And I really like that kind of more natural style, or more formidable kind of style, like people sort of just looking at the camera and not really having this sort of like soft kind of underbelly of a smile. I mean, yeah, it's nice.
Now your avatar is of a woman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is bear with me. So this is Frederick Leighton, who is an English.
Oh, that great painter.
This is Mrs. John Hanson Walker, 1876, apparently.
Oh, he's an amazing painter. He's the one who did what's it? Not Sacrament, is it?
I'm not sure.
Not Sacrament. It's called. It's a one-word title. Blessing. No. The knight is being the lady's getting married and she has a sword and she's knighting him on the shoulder. Oh God, what's the name? Yeah, but it's Leighton anyway. It's a Leighton painting.
Leighton, possibly he's one of the most famous of the 19th century sort of artists.
Amazing painter.
Yeah, I just love that. I really, I don't know what the right word is. Not pure, but like just the way he captured people.
So now we got Swiss, obviously blue cheese and a good beer and a Leighton painting. Yeah,
I mean, you can't beat that. You know,
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You know what I liked about is I don't know who she. I mean, she was probably an aristocrat. I would have thought, whether she paid for it or her husband did. I don't know, but what I liked is
Accolade is the name of the painting, the Leighton painting that I was thinking of.
Right.
I have it on the Sex as Sacrament, Sex as Celebration, Sex as Natural, and Other Stories posting at DNA Nations. Yeah. He's brilliant. Leighton is brilliant.
I quite like the natural pose. She's not looking at the paint or the camera, if you like. She's looking sort of ahead, and it's just it's a really lovely portrait.
I have to agree. I'm just fixated on it at the moment.
Oh, it's yeah. Well, I've got a little file and I'm hoping to expand it a little bit. And yeah, I think he did a bit of sculpture as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is most of his stuff in the British Museum?
I think so, or a lot of it. Some of it is probably in private hands. The art world is a bit of a funny space where you have a lot of that where really all of it probably should be in the public space, but you have some of it which is prized and hidden away by certain elites or wealthy people.
Well, Soros is rectifying that problem by going public with an art investment medium, right? So you can invest in Leighton probably now.
But really,
Be a part owner.
Well, you like a shareholder?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's how it works.
It's a shame actually with the art world because oil paints were so expensive that really until quite recently most paintings were really commissioned by wealthy people, and they were of a certain style typically.
Yeah, oil paints are expensive. I used to paint with them. Yeah,
artists like Van Gogh, or however you pronounce them, they're quite popular. I've always been a bit annoyed because I think his mental condition and how they support that in a way that convey that was part of the reason why he was so popular. But he does paint in a beautiful way. He was of that kind of era where artists were sort of painting people and normal people, not kind of wealthy people, and natural scenes and the natural world. And I think the way he painted, in a way, probably be popular forever. It's not.
I think he's just absolute. Van Gogh's absolute genius and just an amazing artist. Really. Have you been to Arles, France, where he was with Gauguin for a while? And that's where he cut off his ear.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, Jonathan Bowden said that painting was about dreaming whilst you're awake, which I thought was a very beautiful way. And when I look at Van Gogh's painting, it is a bit like a dream. It's very sort of
vibrant. That's true. I didn't think of it that way. You're right.
It's very sort of vibrant. It's slightly the detail is not necessarily there, but is not lost at the same time. Yeah, he'll live on until.
I mean, the way that those flowers, the insane way they come alive, it's just a genius. Amazing. And the color, the light, the composition is amazing.
But when you actually see those paintings in real life, as close as you can get, because often they're sort of like a meter or whatever they are from the wall, you actually sort of appreciate the texture and the paintwork and the sort of artistry that went into that.
I love Gauguin too. And this is a digression. I'm sorry, but Arles. I haven't been to Arles, France. The oldest woman on record was from there, and she remembered meeting Gauguin. She lived to be 121, and now there's another lady that lives there. I think one of the oldest women is nearing that age from the same town.
Wow. Yeah. He was famous for his images of Tahiti women, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, Gogon. Yeah,
Quite Tahiti women are quite attractive, aren't they? Apparently, yeah. Yeah,
I,
lovely.
I don't know. That's one place I do want to. That's on my bucket list of places to go, though. But he wasn't. Well, anyway, he wasn't really. He tried to defend the native culture against the Christian proselytizing. He wasn't as bad as he was made out to be, even though he gave one native girl syphilis, which was bad.
Well, did you know about that? He probably didn't. To be fair, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
he probably didn't, and he married the girl, and yeah, I think it was an accident, and he tried to do right by the people.
It must have been so rough for the Tahitian, is it Tahitian men, where like all these Englishmen or Frenchmen are coming over, just taking the women who are like really attractive. It must have been really
Yeah,
rough.
like we were saying. I don't know. I don't know if they're really attractive. Maybe not to my taste, but some guys could like them. I don't know.
Well, I suppose it's all like context, isn't it? I would say they are quite attractive, but a lot of it was that
I,
in this
I
period,
don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know.
in this period, it was pre-internet. That Englishmen say he was
Like
coming
you're
over.
not supposed to. You're not supposed to play up that angle on our channel. Remember, we're trying to.
No.
We're trying to give our women reason to stay loyal to us. Don't come across like a traitor.
But they never experienced not only other women but women who were so scantily dressed. This was not the culture of England, or this is very different. And of course they took advantage.
You're making it worse. That you're giving these women an excuse to betray us. See these guys that going with those underage Tahitian girls.
Oh dear. I'll be promoting sort of a secular Quranism in a minute. So, at the same time.
Yeah, you have to. Sharia law.
You have to get a Tahitian woman, but she has to understand that you're part of the patriarch, and that she has to be in a cab or whatever. To be fair, she didn't answer my question truthfully, but about whether most women should wear that type of thing. But you know what, you could spend a long time dissecting Claire Core's arguments and what she's proposing. Do you know what? I don't think I have the patience to tell you the truth.
Well, no, I mean it's just like I said. She has made it's become clear that she doesn't even know the basic constituents of our concerns. So I mean it's ridiculous, and she's going to prescribe Islam or a form of Islam. It's bad enough that our moral order was red caped with this false opposition of Christianity. Now she's going to propose another set of Abrahamic jive. Forget it. Take it somewhere else. Take it to China. What do they think of? It's like they'll send you off with the Uyghurs, right? Forget it.
Oh, the Chinese.
Well, they're good in that. At least they're good for that. That they don't take any stuff from Islam.
What are most Polish people like around your area in Poznan? Are they sort of non-theist? Are they Catholic? Are they pagan? What are they?
I think most people, and it's probably half and half. Most people are not very religious, but half the people, yeah, they go to church, but I don't think that they really are really that serious about it. I mean, some of the girls will go to church and confession and then conduct themselves as they will. If you know what I mean. It's some. it has some cultural effect. I mean, people getting married and partnering up, I suppose, but
You mentioned on your last stream, I think, about the Christians saying, "Well, we have babies." Now that is true, and of course, the caveat has to be that it has to be in a homogenous group. But that is, I will kind of tip my hat to them in that regard. It does say it says go forth and procreate. It doesn't say with your own group, but yeah. Um,
yeah, right. But it's not really. It's not a big problem. Our big problem is our big concern is our borders and bounds. We're not going to outbreed the third world,
no.
and we're case selectors, and we should stay that way.
Nor should we try to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. For me personally, even though they say that it's biologically wrong, I don't regret not having children as a younger man. Uh, I think it's good for a guy to be a father when he's a bit older.
It's funny. I agree with you. I mean, I definitely think people like you should, obviously of a certain sort of more, have a higher grey matter, so to say, should have kids. I always remember it was actually one of David Duke's better ideas about having incentives for higher IQ couples to have more children, or if they had more children, they'd be given sort of money and what have you. And it was like sort of more. It was a very sort of lightweight sort of eugenics, if you like. That's a dirty word now, but I thought that was a very reasonable and decent idea for the most part.
Oh,
Say that IQ is
and I think that you and your wife should be given uh, all the support to bring up your kids as well.
I mean, there's a lot you say about that. One thing is like, if you imagine that society where you have tests and say that you have like a couple with good quality people and your own people, but they're like of a slightly lower IQ, do they feel like, oh, well, we shouldn't have kids? We should have less kids. And, this is a problem where this is like, I don't think Duke considered this type of thing. Like he didn't have the sensitivity about that stuff, but.
Well, yeah, you could. There are ways to. There would be ways to regulate this, and this would be um, how accountability works out. It's that it's not. When I say that this worldview has a way of holding elitists to account, that doesn't mean that, and we're concerned for marginals. That doesn't mean that we don't consider our people at the parameters. Some of the people who are at the parameters are going to be higher IQ people who are doing better, and they need help and accounting too as well.
Or
Pairing up.
a lot of people don't consider it. They might not necessarily be as high IQ, but they might be smarter in other ways or have other characteristics
Yes,
that are
sure.
more valuable.
And also yeah, and of course, people who are struggling should not be overindulged so that they breed to the detriment of themselves and others as well. It's not. I'm not talking about sterilizing them, but just not being ridiculous in supporting them beyond reason.
What do you how do you feel about a sort of something like the European Union, but like a real ethno sort of nationalist EU. Do you think such a thing is possible? Do you think it would be desirable? Like, can you imagine, like,
Yeah, I think in theory it's possible and desirable. Yeah, some kind of union of European peoples, and right, like I would say, genus and species. Definitely, that would be ideal. Right now, it's in control of people who are not concerned with what we're concerned with. Not so much.
it was really annoying and really dishonourable behaviour when I voted out for Brexit, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of the dreaded Brexiteers. I'm 29, Daniel, and so
I support Brexit as well.
my age group is I'm quite rare in that regard. I'm a bit low.
Really?
Yeah, most of my age, 25 to 29, or 25 to 30, I think they recorded it, were voted in. It's really frustrating to hear people of any kind say, you don't care about Europe, you don't care about Europeans because you voted out. It's
There's
kind of,
nothing to do with it. No,
I'm sorry, but it's
I,
I voted out because I care about Europeans.
that makes perfect sense to me.
Because
Yeah.
the EU is a neoliberal modern force that's killing us, and I voted out because I'm against it. Now I know that vote is meaningless. I know that
But it was the right idea, and yeah.
of course you go through the motions. Of course you do, but it's just like it's a bit like earlier I was saying about the hyper reality. It's like there's a perception of what the regime purports to be and says is, and then it's like the reality is like the complete opposite, or more or less. And people, just as a note, people voted out for many reasons: fishing stocks, various prices on goods and tariffs, and all sorts of this. But the main reason was because of open borders. That was the primary issue.
Which they didn't do that much about in the end, I'm sure.
Because it's the same regime and what have you. But it was an interesting litmus test. The Brexit vote mostly about whether or not the common man is served by our elites, and of course the results are very clear that we are not represented by our so-called elites and those who rule us. They do not care about the majority. They are on board with their own agenda, and we know what that agenda.
You would despise, and I think rightly so, where Richard Spencer's coming from in that issue, because he was against Brexit. He's for just kind of mass integration of the various European peoples and into this imperium. Horrible.
We've talked about him before. Yeah, weird. Like the one. I mean, there's so much. The main thing with him, he had. Excuse me, I'm sorry. That rant he had. Where he was talking about.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
It's like, what?
So it was so perfectly bad.
I don't want to touch that guy with the barge pole.
He had to be like completely revved up on cocaine and just like.
I don't know what city it was where he was going around. He was shirtless, and he's got like one of his bodyguards, and he's like mouthing off to people. It's like, what are you doing? Who are you?
It's like, and then he embarrassed himself again with that Vice interviewer trying to talk about trying to explain his way out of that incident. He's just
what was that?
He's the king of foibles. What's her name? Elsie? I've forgotten her name. is a Vice
I'm
journalist.
not familiar. I know there was
That's a good one because he really it's super cringe. He's trying. It's like, oh, you got me. Don't you understand? Haven't you had enough?
It sounds awful. There was one. I swear there was one where people had screen. You know what people are like in this bit. People are like screen capped. There was like some black lass in the background. He was on like a white like a WN stream, and there was some
Oh yeah,
background.
that's what I want.
Did you see that one?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, fuck him. I
and then
don't
he's getting he's getting punched in the face. It's awful.
Yeah, no, fuck Spencer. And it's like promoting like Eurasianism, and it's like, what do you want to?
Kathy Shadle wrote a really funny criticism of his Hellgate thing. I think that I made a note of it. Hold on just a second. She used to work for Taki's Mag, and then she died. But
Oh
she
yeah.
was-
Dang, I'll just be a moment. I'll be back in just a moment, right?
yeah, I've got it. Probably in the chat is Snorkelborg. Who's Probably? I don't see Probably. Probably you can come on. Probably you can come on if you want. Oh, Spencer's very intelligent. You can always like glean something from one of his conversations, but the problem is he became a tool under the sort of Gottfried plan, let's say. Unwitting, useful tool positioned as the right winger. Probably says I'm not available to chat at the moment. Well, next time I really want to talk to you. Probably I'm impressed by many things that you say, and I believe in the eminent importance and significance of our harmonizing our views, and I look forward to you understanding what I have to say, and I appreciate your insights and your intelligence. Let me read this thing that Kathy Shadle said about Richardson. She said about in one short stretch, Spencer has been sucker punched. Not a great look. Sucker punched himself at his own conference, declaiming "Hell Trump, hell our people, hell victory," with all the quavering conviction of a one-line extra from "They Saved Hitler's Brain." Pro tip: as a vehicle for conveying sincerity, volume alone is a rickshaw at best. And now this multi-level mortification. Spencer was ostensibly expelled from CPAC last week for heading a left-wing fascist group. He was asked if he could stay if he would simply stay out of trouble, and then said something even weirder. One reporter asked if he liked rock music, and Spencer replied cryptically, Depeche Mode are the official rock band of the alt-right.
What a bizarre thing to say.
And then she goes on to say that, yeah, it was bizarre. He could have said something either more appropriate or more bizarre, but Depeche Mode, it's so typically prissy of him, from his manner of speaking to, well, that. But I love this. Pro tip: as a vehicle for sincerity, for conveying sincerity, volume alone is a rickshaw at best. Hell Trump, hell our people.
I could be wrong, but I think Spencer is the definition.
I like Depeche Mode. I like Depeche Mode too. But if I was trying to, like, provide a cool group for the alt right, I wouldn't like, I would think of somebody like more rockin' and masculine, like some kind of like Alice in Chains or something. I don't know.
It's yeah, I know. I hear you. I just think Spencer is. I mean, he's got some very fishy roots, hasn't he? But he's the definition of a bad actor. I don't trust that guy as far as I can spit, and I can spit pretty far.
It's a classic. Is a classic right winger. Is easily maneuvered. General Giant, I need to answer General Giant's question. I don't say the left wing is a better platform for advancing white interests. I've explained this so much that you have to go back and either read or listen to some of what I said. But basically, I say that it is left ethno-nationalism, and that the left and its depth grammar is about unionization and coalition building and social organization and social advocacy, and that would apply to ethno-nationalism. There'll be a unionization of our people, and that's the opposite of liberalism. And it is something. It is not internationalist leftism of Marxism or cultural Marxism. It's quite the opposite. And it is what is being red-caped, misrepresented by this characterology that's been put out since 2008. And this is what our adversaries, the kosher folks, don't want us to do, clearly. This is what was intersecting against them, particularly circa 2008. And this is what they don't want us to do. They don't want us to, because that's how you organize against the power of elitists, which are the YKW, in tandem with right-wing sellouts and neoliberal and liberal sellouts. They've always wanted us to identify as right-wing for reasons I've articulated, and particularly since 2008, they've wanted us to play off against a characterology of the left, which is a creature of their making through academia, and they get our people chasing that characterology, and with it, that red cape of misrepresentation of or weaponization of social organizations, notably blacks, gays, and feminists against white people. That's the politically correct triumvirate, and they represent that as the left, and as if white people can't unionize in our interests as well. But so we're chasing the underlying concept of social organization and unionization, advocacy, coalition building. In other words, we're treating as the enemy the underlying concept that we need, and this is the way they want us to react. It's acting like a virus, and like that is, but it's not the left that I'm advocating. It is left ethno-nationalism, called that, and particularly because it turns off some of the people that should be turned off. Anyway, on and on. I'll elaborate another time, but that's probably the gist.
Daniels is fibbing. He's secretly a tanty who wants to bring around the new Soviet Union.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine that exists? It's so sad that that some European people support like just mass ethnic cleansing, collectivization of their kind. It's like, what the fuck are you people? What is wrong with it? I've seen these people on Reddit and other places. I haven't argued with them because there's no point. But
Hail to old dads, indeed. I think that old dads and young wives make for the more intelligent children, they say.
base and red pilled, possibly. I don't know.
I can't wait to talk to Prawley. As I was saying before, Prawley,
You should come on, man.
he says he can't, but I wish he would. As I was saying to him, he would be perfect in several different ways, because I want to bring in the Japanese angle, the Japanese ethnocentric angle. I want to make it clear that in working with this concept of the DNA nations, that with this concept of DNA nations, it's not about necessarily purity, that we can't work with a certain amount of mixed kids, particularly that kind, and we need people who understand, like he does, that our race is the central notion, but the race probably is the genus of European, and we want to protect. I hope I want to protect, and I think that Mirth agrees. Our genus and our species, there are different kinds. Some mixing between us, no problem, but we also want to maintain our national integrity. And I'm sure that you're good for that. That you'd be good to go for that, with that. So maybe next Sunday he'll be available to speak. I'll have but my StreamYard time is exhausted for this month, but I'll be good to go again by then. I can talk indefinitely for the moment, but not until then. You had that said, I wish I was 24 when I had a child. Oh. Yeah, there's different ways to do it. My brother made it work for himself, having kids young. He had 2 sons, and they made a lot of money, and goes on vacations and golfing around the world and whatnot. So it didn't chain him down from a good life by having kids young. Me, I'm not sorry that I've waited, though. because I feel it's more resource now. I'm not going to resent the kid. Um, I have more experience.
Do you want your child to sort of marry a Polish person, or
Uh, well, I don't have a child yet, but for me, being half Polish and half Italian, I given the kind of like allergies I have and these sort of like minor problems that I have, I think it's partly due to being so of such disparate backgrounds that I think the child be better off and be either more Italian or more Polish. And then what the child wants to do, as long as they marry a European, um, I'm pretty much, you know, I'd be happy with that. That's fine, whatever kind.
it's interesting that America is that I suppose maybe a bit Canada, but that's the main place where it is an experiment of mixed European groups, isn't it? Really?
And I think that Trudy made an excellent point. This lady, this American lady that I was talking to a few times back, that she thinks that's probably why America's so fucked up. That the people are too mixed and they're unstable.
Yeah, probably. It's sad. It shouldn't be. Yeah, probably. Like if let's just say America was all English or all German, probably be better off. They'd probably be more likely to unionize and sort of just well, sort
Yeah,
of basically.
probably. They say that they say that fifth cousins are ideal, and um, I see people who, after being of disparate backgrounds, having kids with one side or the other, the kids turning out really well. That is to say, if you bring them back together under one more coherent lineage, it seems to be good.
It's a harsh truth. As you know, that European nationalism or any ethnic nationalism, it is harsh because it basically says because it excludes most of humanity. It says, is in a way, but it's true. It's meant to be. It is natural. It is and you can't go against nature, really. Not really.
Well, yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I like the differences. I don't think you have to look at it as something, um, you know, competitive or
I'm just saying that ideally the differences are to be maintained, but mostly because of distinction, but also because of ease.
yeah, and people want to, and it kind of generates conflict. Yeah, yeah, and it's easy, like you said.
I mean, but there are different arguments. Like the Ted Kaczynski argument would be like tiny little or like small villages in it, but essentially what we're talking about is the instead of an international scale, we're looking at the national scale, the nation state, and the nation state really is only the distinct group that make that group up, that make that nation state up. That's what we're really talking about and maintaining that. And of course, our elites don't want that. They want open borders. Our elites don't believe in nations.
Americans um, sometimes really don't understand and don't appreciate the importance of nations. And they think that the nation states are the source of conflict, when in fact it's imperialism that is the source of conflict. Like Richard Spencer's a classic example of someone who doesn't understand that. And who was the other one that was botching this? saying that was arguing against nations. Oh, Orwell was another one. He's an American. Seeing the nation states as the source of conflict. No.
Bullshit. It's so wrong. It's so
So yeah, it's imperialism and supremacism that's the source of conflict, not ethno-nationalism.
I mean, you could argue, like, to bring it more to a more broad point, man is the point of conflict. Whether it's a nation, whether they're existing nation states, separate groups, that they will aggress upon each other.
Yes, but he's becomes a source of conflict necessarily when conceived in accordance with natural fallacy and isn't held to account in correctivity of socialization, which the union would structure. So, I mean that it's not perfect, but it makes, but that brings our fallibility into, like the pragmatists say, a realm where we are confident that there's a means to deal with it. That is, it cures us of our skepticism. That's the great service that the pragmatists have provided.
Sorry, it was via skepticism. What, other nations or
Well, the service that the great service that the pragmatists, the American pragmatists, philosophers, James Dewey, have provided is to combine fallibility with a lack of with and an alternative from pessimism, which is correctivity. Like our human fallibility doesn't have to correspond with being pessimistic about human nature.
Oh yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm fair. I just
It provides an opportunity in a sense. It's like, oh, like that's why I had every show of mine with the word correctivity, because it's an occasion, because I'm always going to every show that I come on to, I'm seeing things that I forgot to mention or didn't get quite right, and rather that being cause for despair and pessimism, it's like, oh yeah, that's where I need to bring things back into order. Or I think of something that somebody else was talking about, Orwell or whoever else, what they might be getting a little wrong.
Well, that's one thing I like about you, Daniels, and it's one thing you can't be criticised about, is you don't fall into reactionary politics, which is refreshing and good.
Thank you.
I just want to quickly address 3:15 a.m. Islam only supports successful imperialism. I wonder what the Spaniards would think of when the Moors conquered Spain. Was that a successful imperialism? Do you like the idea of Moorish men taking sort of Spanish women? What the fuck, Clay? I'm sorry.
Were the Moorish men, were they Northern African? Were they like
I think they're a bit of both. They were foreign. They should have been deterred. They had no business. But yeah, I hear you. It does.
I don't know. Was it wasn't that the incident where the kosher folks were sort of opening up the gates or something? Or
Oh no, there was a military invasion. Yeah. but possibly it might have been because of
I think that there was some involvement there. I don't know the history well there at
because
all.
we're old
I know
friends.
that I believe that Holly does though. That's one of the he knows that kind of history really well.
You know, it's funny actually. I met Spanish people. I remember one lady saying that she knew Spanish people who were very sort of well Spanish, and then others who were like much more kind of dusty and this type of thing. And I'm thinking that's probably because of this. Might be wrong, but probably because of this Moorish admixture.
Could be. Yeah, there's definitely a difference, but you know that they were also. This is not doing service to your probably legitimate complaint. I'm not an expert on Spain and the kind of swarthy admixture there, but the wasn't it the Scythians went in there and wiped out the male side DNA in
This
Spain at one point in history, and you know the genetic markers show to this day that they just like killed the men and impregnated them.
I don't know. May possibly. Yeah, I'll look it up. You might be right.
I think that there's a genetic episode like that, which is it's kind of disturbing, but yeah.
You do have these. They call them population transfers. It's basically where normally men come over, genocide a group, and that's your new population. The men who came over.
Well, you've got to look into your potential Basque heritage there
I should.
and be proud.
41,000
41,000 years, the
41,000.
densest accumulation of mitochondrial DNA of all Europeans.
Yeah,
Or at least.
I was trying to tell that I work for a guy. I call him the Baron. He owns all these properties. He's an old Londoner and he deals with antiques. And anyway, we do house clearances occasionally. And you know, he has a daughter. And I was just, you know, we were just chatting. He's not politically correct, but I was just saying, you know, about the race mixing, and I was saying most native Britons don't realise, like, you're looking at maybe 15,000 years, probably longer, however many generations that is of essentially a genetic distillation, and then when you mix, you spoil that, you probably ruin it. And of course, and he said, "Oh, no, I'd never thought about it like that." I was like, well, "Yeah, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to think in terms of, oh, it's just melanin and skin color, and you know."
Oh no.
It's like, well, no, it's actually it's so much more than that, and it's also a living history. But you know, you know, we're fighting for a living history, if you like, in a sense.
That's a neat way of putting it. Living history.
This I'm sorry, this comment. Islam only supports successful imperialism. You know, Islam is so. I don't know if she must know about this, about where the Islamic population becomes high enough where infidels, kafars, they have to pay a tax. Get the fuck out of here, Claire Tor, saying all this. Islam only supports successful imperialism. This is not correct. This is not true. Islam is a dominant force. It supports whatever imperialism it imposes. Okay? Not whether it's successful or not.
And it's been used quite nefariously to disrupt nascent ethno-nationalisms and to impose neo-feudalist regimes for their exploitation. Sometimes literally using imams as what's called compradors or feudalist overlords, go-betweens between as brokers for Western imperialists to exploit the Asiatic workers for their work and their native resources,
Yeah. Yeah.
to the destruction of their ethno-national, what I would call union.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's you know, it just really bothers me how let's just say she isn't a bad actor, she isn't a shill, which I think she is, but let's just say she isn't that. Let's really get this. Islam only supports successful imperialism. What is imperialism? Imperialism is essentially, in essence, one group going over to another group and saying, I'm sorry, old chap, but this is how things are now. And if you don't like it, well, you know, we'll put you in a prison camp or just sort of silence. This is not how the world works. And Miss Tor, and if she's married or not, she knows that this is the case. She knows that, or she should know that imperialism is a raw native force. Imperialism doesn't care about success rate or what the natives care about. This is about the imposing force and who's behind it, and their ideology and their will to dominate the group that they're taking over.
And brutally imposed in Southeast Asia, and these disingenuous right wingers and other Abrahamics defending their imposition against, for example, the Hindus in Myanmar, who are rightfully defending themselves against this. Definitely, I'm definitely on the side of the Hindus against the
Oh yeah.
against the Muslims.
I've met a lot of Hindu people. They're pretty decent people. I like their religion more or less. There's some discrepancies or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you know, like, as you probably know, but of guest or extrapolated, but I'm quite autistic. I'll look at certain things. I remember certain things people say, and what Claire Core's type there. Islam only supports successful imperialism has really bothered me, really sort of triggered me in a way, and I'm not going to let it slip.
And that's good that you still have the kind of verve and fresh way of seeing things that you could
because
feel the bother of it. That's good.
because also, like, the in a more Western sense, the imposition of that would be Christianity only supports successful imperialism, and we know what that's done. And it's
Yeah, well, and Christianity's imperialistic as well.
Sorry, I hope I wasn't too much of a rant. It's important.
No, it's fine. That's fine. It's good, Ryan.
We shouldn't let these theatre acts get away with what they get away with. It's not to say I support.
Well, I don't. I maybe I shouldn't go too much off on this, because I think Prawley is in and out of Christianity in a strange way. But he made this brilliant video when he's asking the question: Would Europe be susceptible to all this exploitation by the YKW if our pagan religions weren't swept aside and we weren't given this Christian religion instead, and with all its obsequiousness and its universalism and its
Mm.
upholding as of a Jewish avatar as our, would we be so susceptible to fight and die
Yeah.
our people for Israel? And yeah, it's a it's almost the question almost answers itself.
You know, I wish you had survived the drive on here, who's far more versed in that realm than I am. But yeah, it's
well, I think has probably talked with Survive the Jive.
sorry.
I don't know if probably has talked with Survive the Jive.
To be fair,
Survive yeah.
the reason why I reference him is because
Oh,
he
he's
is
good. He's good.
serious Bayesian historian. He's not. I don't think he's like overly biased. He's even mentioned like how a lot of essentially people like us rag on Christianity, and he doesn't like it, and I understand that in a way. You know, I get it.
Would you say he doesn't like when people rag on Christianity?
Yeah, I think it's because I don't want to speak for him, but I think it's because it's like he understands that Europeans are yearning for a spirituality and deeper meaning within the world, but they're not. They've been deracinated from their traditional pagan roots, so they're just latching on to Catholicism or Christianity. Um,
I don't know
and
if Survive the Jive would uh, be fond of talking for me in the same way, for the same reason that Arvel might not be.
I
The
don't
fact that
know. Yeah.
because
What?
they were talking with one. I saw them fairly. They seem to be on the same page, which is not the page that I'm on. Let's speak. So I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if it would. Not that I wouldn't talk to them, but I don't know if they would be. I think that they would be troubled by the things that I'm saying. I don't think they should be, but as I said, there's good and bad reasons for it. There can be good and bad reasons for it, and there's both, I think.
The worst
But
case
the first go around, the first attempt to talk to Arvel was not. It didn't go well, and I don't really care. In the earlier part of the show, I explained where I think that he's mistaken, and how it is that I can understand him. On the other hand, so and I don't want to. I don't need to.
that's fine.
I don't need to rouse. I don't need to rouse antipathy, but I don't. Uh, I don't anticipate great accord because they're sort of organizing themselves in a different way, in an old-fashioned communal way, in religious terms, which and especially in Arvel's case of defending Christianity. So it's not that I don't get off on debunking Christianity the way that the kosher folks do. I I sympathize with the fact that they're trying to bring into realization a moral order. There's nothing more important. But I also know that I have great sympathy for the majority of people who aren't Christians who can't be persuaded of that, and I believe are well advised not to be persuaded of that, and to get on with the project of cultivating a new moral order that we need in service of our folk, of our homeostasis, of our autonomy and sovereignty, which then indeed can, with that established, that structure of accountability established, can be coordinated with other people, other human ecologies, and pervasive ecology.
You know, it's interesting because we don't really know in any detail what, say, our moral order was for most of our ancestors, depending on where you were. So in, say, Britain or in Poland or even ancient Rome, Italy, or whatever.
Well, now that you mention it, I don't know if this picture that you're seeing. My grandfather, he was actually, yes, he was Polish, but he was from Vilnius, Lithuania, and that was, I understood, the last European country to convert to Christianity. So this is a fairly new thing for a lot of us.
Yeah. But and again, my ignorance, and perhaps because it's been deliberately hidden, Lithuania. Like, what did Lithuanians believe? Say, in the Tudor period, were they Catholic or were they pagan or before? I have no idea. In fact, was Lithuania even a thing? But then I don't know. I'm not sure. It's
wasn't it the Teutonic Knights who imposed Christianity?
Oh,
so that was the
yeah, probably. I think you might be right.
That was when the 1400s or the 1100s. What the fuck?
Yeah, they didn't mess around. Those German knights. Yeah. This is the point. Is like I'd love to go back in time where I could just be like a camera or an invisible molecule and understand all the native languages and just see what was going on, just see what was like, what people believed and how people prayed and who they were worshipping, and it was just fascinating, But to go back to the original question, Prodi's question rather, that's hard. It also imagines like
that Prodi guy is brilliant. He's
Yeah, we got a chat to him. Yeah. I mean, let's say like just about separation of religion and state.
Probably. Can you? I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was the Battle of Grunwald. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Battle of Grunwald. What year was that?
1500 maybe.
1410.
14. Oh, fair enough.
Wait, Battle of Grunwald. Or was it?
Yeah,
1410. Yeah.
I would love to sit here and say like, pagan ancestors may have, or probably would have resisted that, but unfortunately, you could have ended up in a situation where you have the same thing, where like the worst of our group rises to the top, and they adopt a sort of.
Well, one thing we know for sure is that Christianity is not helping, and that it's an alien religion. You can talk about how it was. People make arguments about how it was Germanicized and whatnot, but and particularized. But I'm not. The DNA Nations isn't going to. Your DNA is your DNA. It's not going to say are you Christian or not. And if you're a Christian, you can't be a part. You lose your DNA. It's just that this particular platform, I can't. In the service of our little kids, I can't do that to them, to tie their hands behind their backs like that, while other people are advocating their group and are being proud of themselves. They're being told basically to screw themselves and to prostrate themselves before the world. It's such a horrible feeling that I remember growing up, as hearing these Catholic teachings, while there's Malcolm X saying he's going to rule. It's like it just.
But
something was very wrong right from the start. I can't do that to kids.
I prefer Malcolm X over Martin Luther King. Yeah.
Well, I don't like either of them, but
of course, yeah.
But yeah, exactly. Well, you're right that Malcolm X was didactic, and you make a good point. It's the Oreos that are more dangerous. They're the ones who open, the good ones who open the gates, while the other ones are, scare people and instigate separatism, which is what we want. We don't want the nice guy proposing integration. Exactly.
Just to bring it back quickly about whether a product question about what exactly was it? Whether if we were paid in the YKWs wouldn't have infiltrated us. There's two things here. One is whether or not they are paid in ancestors would have allowed usury, and whether there was like an ethnic protectionism, or in other words, it's like they view this group as like, hang on a minute, you're not really part of our group. Who are you? You're not allowed in power. But that's a really interesting question. I'd like to ponder that a bit more. We'll never know, Dan.
No, it's valid, and there might even be ways to test it out to some extent. I don't have the brain cycles to devote to the consideration right now, though.
No, I get it.
Nearing the end of my tether here. Yeah, probably, gentlemen, need to have it. Probably, I want to be sure to be able to speak to you again. Maybe next week. And Mirth, it's been great. Quite a marathon. Is it okay with you if we adjourn? Because I'm.
Of course, yeah. How long you?
But I do think it's actually though that's a good place to leave off, because looking back on what it would have been, how we would have conducted ourselves absent Christianity, is, well, that's just the reverse angle of what we have to look forward to. How are we going to construct our moral order and stave off these problems, given the foibles that we're susceptible to, objectivism, attendance to Augustinian devils, that is, in preference to attend to a scientific approach and a naturalistic approach, as opposed to dealing with the trickery of other groups. We prefer to deal with natural challenges. That's how we're suited. That's why our people are great scientists, and by the same token, is also why we're suckers. These two things go hand in hand. Being a great engineer and being, a dupe.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it's those are good questions, and a great place to leave off, and great talking to you, Murph. I really appreciate it.
You too, Daniel. Yeah, we'll talk into Sunday. Just as a quick note, it might be an awkward time for a lot of people. I don't know about you, but just to let you know.
I could change it to Saturday. It doesn't matter to me. I could do any day.
I don't know. I just
Is Saturday better?
Well, depends. Possibly.
Or just weekends bad? Or is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends on the people. I'm looking at a new job now, and I might be doing the Saturday or the Sunday, but I just feel like Sundays. I don't know. You might get less views than you should do. But as you were saying earlier about YouTube, and a lot of people move to Telegram. It's tricky. I don't know how to maximize your viewers.
Well, it's just StreamYard is easy for now.
I really like StreamYard.
I don't have to necessarily stay here. I could eventually move over to Odyssey or Telegram.
You probably have to, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, probably. I'm just doing this for now because I know the ropes and it's easy to do. and and like we were saying last time, I like the challenge of having to stay within the parameters of the
Enemy territory. Yeah.
and their prescribed rules.
If
So
I can, and you, yeah, do it what you can.
so yeah, and I look forward to speaking with Prolly and Purr and some of the and you again, and hopefully that will happen next week. I know that Purr is going to want to be talking, but I'm not surprised. Like you said, this Sunday, especially Easter Sunday, I'm not surprised that people are busy and distracted with their families and so on. Okay, so thanks again, and maybe I'll try it next Saturday. Like I said, make a suggestion. What's a better day than Sunday then? Just offhand, what do you guess? Anything?
Well, what about you? Well, I don't know what your set
I
is
don't.
like.
No, I don't care. I can go any day.
Well, I would have thought broadly speaking Saturday, but that's a broad and
I've done a few shows. Saturday's fine. I can do it Saturday. I think that my StreamYard will be good to go by then too. Today's the 18th. 22 it renews.
Does it reset every month? Is it? Or?
Yeah, and it'll reset on the 22nd. So that's I think next Friday. So Saturday will be okay.
I don't know. It might be small beer. It might be small amounts. I don't know.
It's probably going to wind up pretty much the same. I'm not. It's gonna. It'll.
I mean, on this stream, let's be honest.
Might never be popular, but we'll see.
It's small amounts, but it's quality over quantity. You know.
Yeah, and I'd rather be right than popular, and I'm really convinced of the correctness of this platform. And I think, like you said, it's like could take confidence in the fact that I agree with you when you said, like, can you imagine if this was a mainstream radio show? This would be really providing a service.
You know, you'd probably get banned because you'd probably have.
Oh yeah, of course, but imagine if it could be.
Yeah,
of course we'd ban. No, it wouldn't happen. But if it could, you know.
By the way,
good.
Just as to, I know you want to finish this up, Dan, but just to those listening, like, yes, it might be banned, but that doesn't mean those people who are calling for it to be banned means they're right. It just means they're offended. It just means that they agree with the regime. It doesn't mean that they're morally right or scientifically right or whatever. Yeah.
Probably says, as long as you don't mind me moving around, I'm good to meet you Saturday or Sunday. Great. Okay. So, what's better for you, Mirth Baron, Saturday? Or you would prefer next Saturday, you say?
Probably Saturday. It depends. Don't remember me. I'm more.
Well, the truth is, we could do both, and if try Saturday, and if it's not working out for some reason,
I'm one of your regular viewers, so I can pop at any time. It's more about you and other people, really.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of how to get more viewers, really. I don't know.
Oh, don't worry about it.
It's hard.
Don't worry about it. We have people like you, and then people are probably coming along. It'll happen. Purr is going to be here, and then the person. You're talking about really smart, really normal person. This guy he's got a lovely wife and a young son, and
right.
He knows the score on all the questions. That question, and
a lot of people like that. Yeah.
And he's an ethno-nationalist, and he's not looking to create conflict between European peoples. He likes Germans. He likes French people. He likes Polish people. He's Swedish, and he wants Sweden to be totally normal and brilliant. So
No,
It,
my
it'll happen, and he could, he knows all the figures in WN and their strong points and their foibles. So don't worry about being popular. We will be popular enough. What does Plato say? It's like concentrate on your on your wisdom, and you'll be popular enough, and you'll have money enough.
yeah. It's just, it's like we've had like I think the max was like 7 viewers. Like this should have like 500,000 viewers or more. It's just, it's just maybe it will. Perhaps it's
Well,
just
I will say this. When I see, for example, Keith Woods getting the amount of viewers that he gets, yes, I mean, there's no doubt the kid's brilliant and talented and all that, but I don't think that he is that it should be this platform gets 10 viewers max. I've had 19 at times, and he gets and he gets 20,000 views. That's a bit out of whack, and there might be a bad reason for that. I don't know, but I'm sure there is some. I was mentioning this is one last thing that I wanted to mention. It's not just the YKW, not just there's just basically generally some right wingers, let's say, who do not want this platform to be popular.
But do you think that is reflected in the YouTube algorithm? Do you think so?
Well, yeah, they want our identity to be right wing. That's how they keep us disordered and stigmatized, and that's how they scare people too. Because if you're strictly right wing, you're saying things like Jared Taylor says, "Oh, that's just the way it is." People are going to be scared. That's just the way it is. That's going to scare people, and rightfully so. Nothing you can do. I'm Jared Taylor. Your IQ is X, Y, and Z, and and so people that's going to freak people out. Yeah. So and yet, even though they want to discourage it, in as much as you have white identity, they want it to correspond with right wing, far right, or neither left nor right. That's how they keep us disorganized. That's how they mitigate accountability. And that's how they stigmatize us and keep our advocacy inherently unstable because it's not subject to social correctivity and the homeostasis that affords. So yeah, but we're on the ground floor of the best platform, and I'm very happy that you can see that. But so if our people who are going anywhere will be with this, and we're interested in the people who care to save our kinds, our genus, and our species. So I wouldn't worry too much about those people who can't easily be brought on board. Probably just said You just realized Saturday would be better than that I'll be packing for a family trip. Okay, so we'll pencil in Saturday then. Okay. I guess it's okay with you, Murphy, right?
Oh, of course, it would look. As I say, whether I don't know whether we work on Saturday or Sunday, but whatever's.
Oh yeah, that's it. You're starting a new job. Okay. Well, we'll try.
Probably.
We'll tentatively schedule in Saturday. Saturday at 5, I guess.
Trial it and see how it goes. You may find you have more views on a Sunday. I don't know.
Well, probably just said that Saturday's better for him. So let's try for Saturday.
I mean, at the very least, I will listen to your shows retroactively.
I have no. Saturday's fine. I just thought that I think that I was going with Sunday because I thought that I might be going head to head with some popular people on a Saturday. I don't really care about that either. No, so let's do Saturday. And thanks again, everybody. Thanks again, Mirth Baron. I'll see you probably on Saturday. Then
Always a pleasure.
I guess around 5 or 6. Great.
Take
Bye for
care.
now.